Buddha.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field, there's a towel. Bank of America, stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack, that's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker. He can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook. Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm out of bounds. 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the proud, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep
What's up? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Bowling. If you want to get your hands on the intro video that you see on your screen, go check out Wendell Ty on Instagram. She does panels, videos, etc. Make sure that you tell her that we sent you. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. If you are a content creator, you want to up your game with your content.
I'm number one, I feel like Cam Newton. Everybody want to be a starter. My mama told me earn $8, so I grind hard to the fourth quarter. Can't you tell that I'm ready? It's game time, let's get it. It's my squad with it, I'm with it. Boy, it's Carolina, we winning. Woo, winning, woo.
Alright. I didn't even know that song was playing in the background. That's my bad. Okay. We want to welcome in David Fields to the chat. He says, keep pounding, hashtag. Keep pounding. And Chad will be joining us on Discord momentarily. Just so you are aware, he does talk a lot, so we may not get to all the messages in chat. So if it goes fast, we may not be able to get to everybody. So I'll be able to respond to people when I can. If I can't, then I can't, you know. And I'll get to those later on in the VOD. But I will respond to all the messages before I get off air. Rest assured of that. That is always what I do. So, alright. We've got 53-man roster, finally. It is time. It is time. Let's talk about it. And anybody from the team chat is welcome to join us too. That already has our Discord link. But we're gonna jump into this. Let me just make sure that we screen capture. That's not what I wanted to screen capture. Why are you not showing up? There we go. All right. A lot to talk about today. We'll start with the Adam Thielen trade. Adam Thielen plus a 6th and a 7th for a 5th this year and a 4th next year. And we've also got a flurry of moves that we made, to sign people to practice squad. But what I kind of want to do is I want to go down the depth chart and just talk about everybody. And we'll leave the most controversial ones last. Because, once he starts talking, he gets into his rhythm, you know what I mean? And it just goes from there. With all due respect, man. Love having him on here. Love having him make his points, But, we got to keep the content flowing, you know what I mean? We got a lot to talk about. Did he make it in here? Oh, okay. He probably just busy right at the moment trying to get that set up. Alright. I'm going to throw out my opinions before he gets in here about Hunter Renfrow and about this trade. First of all, the Adam Thielen trade. I'm not thrilled with it because of the value of this trade. Everybody was stating he was worth a third, Even Dan Morgan himself stated he was worth a third. I hate to see him go, but business is business. It's the NFL. His age is getting up there. So, it's not unusual to see an older wide receiver get traded when you're trying to get younger. When you're trying to develop a brand new roster and a brand new system and everything else, throughout the developmental period. And what we're doing right now. But I was not thrilled about the value because, and this is how it was explained to me. Apparently, the contract negotiations where they're expected to change up the contract of Adam Thielen would make him worth a 4th. A high-end 4th. And that's pretty much as close as you're going to get to what we wanted. That's the thing. Hey, welcome on in, man.
Am I in?
Yeah, you are.
All right, cool.
They can hear you.
All right, good.
Yeah, everybody welcome in Chad.
Good.
He's been here before. Alright, so just to lay out a couple of things. First of all, if things get a little too crazy, I will need to pause and read the chat if the chat does get, backed up, so that we make sure we get all the comments in. And secondly, I kind of want to go down the depth chart and leave all the controversial ones for last. That way, because I know that once we get going, it's going to be a circus, you know what I mean? It always is.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to be a really heated debate, and it's awesome, So I just want to make sure we get everybody talked about before that happens. Also, if we get time, I would like to do the 2015 Superman documentary, but I don't think we'll have time tonight because of how much time you've got. But if we can fit it in tonight, I'd like to, so we can get that out of the way before the season starts. But I've been trying to fit that in, guys, and I haven't found the time. But I would really like to deep dive that because that's a lot of fun. There's a lot in there I would love to talk about because I was heavily a part of 2015 season. So, so let's start with the offensive line because we got Icky, we got Brady Christensen, Damian Lewis, Chandler, Austin Corbett, Cade Mays, Robert Hunt, Taylor Moton, Josh Neiman. The typical people that should be on this 53-man roster. But you notice whose name is not on here is the backup right guard. And I believe we signed him to practice squad, did we not?
We signed which guard are you talking about?
The right
we signed
guard.
Quite a few on there.
The right guard that was behind Robert Hunt. Did we just straight up cut him, or did we sign him to squad?
No, I have to go back and look at it. It's not going to let me do this without
Okay, fair enough.
I can hear right here.
I'll check. I'll check because I've got it. Yeah, I have the link. Let's see. Brandon Walton, right? That was who it was?
Yeah, Brandon Walton. I'm not sure if he made it or not.
And Jarrett Kingston. Both of them made it to squad.
Yeah, so just FYI, everybody we've drafted for the last 2 years have made the squad.
Yeah. Mike Tarquin made the squad as well. You know what? Let's just go through the squad names. Chris Barnes, Shamar, both of which I agree with.
Yep.
We'll talk about Shamar later. Boogie, yes, I agree with that one. Jared Harrison Hunter, not thrilled with that one, but okay. We do need defensive end help, but I think we could upgrade there. We'll see what happens with the free agency period. Maybe we'll pop up with something. Jarrett Kingston, of course. Maz Mwanza, the linebacker.
Mwanza, yeah. I like Mwanza, man. That was a really good key pickup, in my opinion. I like Mwanza. He's high with a lot of people throughout the league, too.
Okay.
The guys from Africa never really played a ton of football beforehand, but raw talent type guy.
Okay.
And here for a purpose. So he was highly touted. So I've heard a lot of the good things about him through camp.
I did too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy.
All right, so we got tight end Bryce Pierre. Uh, the thing is, I don't disagree with having another tight end on squad because of the injury history we had last year. So I'm okay with that. Wide receiver Jasheem Reed. Yeah, never was high on Reed, to be honest. Cornerback Mike Reed. Um, Sam Roberts. Mike Tarquin.
I like
Tavion
the Sam
Thomas.
Roberts.
I like Trevion Thomas. I like that move. Brandon Walton. I like the offensive line moves here because we've had a lot of bad injuries with offensive linemen and corners as well. So these are good moves. There's a couple of them I would trade out probably and upgrade on. And we'll probably see that happen with free agency. But overall,
Agreed.
I'm satisfied with it. I really like Chris Barnes and I really like Shamar.
Yeah, I think Shamar's definitely going to do something.
Yeah, we were talking the whole month about Shamar possibly being the third or fourth corner, and
Jordan stepped on those toes real quick.
yeah, since we're talking about Shamar and that corner room, why in the world is a Caleb Evans still on our 53 when this man has done nothing after being claimed by waivers and Shamar sitting on squad? That's what I'd like to know. There's been nothing. The dude's been quiet. He has a total of 5 tackles the entire preseason. 4 of them solo. That's it. That's all he's done. No pass deflections, no nothing. And
Think ahead.
you know, you look at a guy that's been in the league for 4 years, 6'2", 198. You know, you would think this dude would be doing something worthy of being a third or fourth spot at this point. But, you know, even with the waiver order, but dude has done nothing other than make a few tackles. That's it. Anybody on this corner list was able to do that, even Trey. So that's what I was disappointed with, was the fact that he made the 53 and Shamar did not. Even though Shamar does need work on his closing speed and stuff like that, you know, after the Pittsburgh game. And possibly the Texans game too. But he was doing great during the first 2 weeks. Like, I kept hearing nothing but good things about Shamar.
I've heard good and bad with Shamar. He's had his up and downs. I think with Evans, 2 words: special teams.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
That's where a lot of these guys are going to earn their roster spot is special teams. And your veteran guys, we didn't bring back Sam Franklin, so it was going to be someone like that. So yeah, even though he's a semi-veteran, special teams.
Okay.
That's a lot of these are going to do that. You're going to see that in tight ends too, because a lot of tight ends play special teams too, and so does backup linebackers. And our special
Which
teams
would
are going
explain
through a
James
rebuild.
Mitchell.
Correct.
and DJ
James
Johnson.
James Mitchell actually had a really killer training camp. To the point where Mitchell Evans was like, you know, 5th round draft pick at tight end.
Yeah.
But yeah, James Mitchell had a hell of a training camp. Everything I've heard and read and seen was, you know, so special teams guys. So we also got to keep that in mind. We got to have special teams. So you got to fill that whole roster up, and you don't want your starters being on special teams.
That's
you want
true.
some dogs out there that can fight. So I think that's where some of these guys come into play. I think that's where Bartholomew kind of fell off a little bit. Was he did get burned a little bit here and there. He had a couple of terrible. It's not that he had bad preseason games. He had bad.
It was bad closing speed for me in the second and third preseason games. That's what I called out. Like his tackling, he went for a ankle tackle a couple of times, and that frustrated me because it reminded me of a certain corner that we let go a few years ago. That I think everyone knows.
So yeah, that's kind of the difference. Is like. But special teams. So we have to keep special teams in mind on a lot of these players. Because we were very weak in special teams last year and the year before.
Right.
And the year before that even. So I think that's so yeah, carry on. I think that's part of the reason on some of these guys when you see linebackers, tight ends, corners and safeties, even wide receivers. Special teams. So
okay, so we do have offensive line help here. I don't mind running it back with Josh and Zavala for this year, but I think eventually we do need to upgrade one of those two spots next off season.
Agreed. I figured one of those two would have been gone.
Right.
Preferably Yash.
I agree with that. We need another Swiss Army knife like Cade Mays or Brady Christensen back there. I think one more would do it. You know what I'm saying?
And I think that with us having two Swiss Army knives like that, which most teams don't, that they could actually sacrifice some backup keeping Yash and Zavala. Right. Zavala showed some good stuff. Yash is
questionable.
But I think that having two Swiss Army knife guys like Brady and Cade really kind of steered that.
A third would lock up the whole room for me.
Correct, yeah. But, at the same time, we're one of the very few teams that has Swiss Army knives at offensive line.
Yeah, and people wanted Brady Christensen bad.
They were pushing we could actually, we could have got a lot for him for sure. But he's young and he can play multiple positions, and the way we have to balance our run and pass blocking, that's where those guys come into play big time. So I felt like we did okay with the depth on O-line. Mainly because of that, because we're looking at Icky right now with that might be out, may not.
Yeah, he may not play week 1, y'all. Because it was a surgery to take out something, I forget what it was. But I saw that today.
Most teams don't have that luxury of having two guys like Cade and Brady.
Yeah, we are very, very fortunate in that way.
Very fortunate because, and that's hats off to Dan for knowing this and not getting rid of Brady, and also seeing what Cade can do. So, that's nice.
It's nice to know that we have a GM that actually understands offensive alignment too.
It's nice to have a GM that played football in a high level, and then it's also nice to be able to pull a guy in like Tillis, who is a money man, and have those guys team up and not battle each other, but instead have a beer and some appetizers and be able to say, hey, what makes sense? Because those guys are like a dynamic duo. It's like Batman and Robin right there.
I love it. So yeah, the running back room makes sense. You got Chuba, you got Rico, you got Trevor. Makes sense to me. Um, we'll get into Blackshear later, but quarterback room we got Bryce Young, we got Andy Dalton, and we just signed
Hooker.
Hooker from Tennessee.
Which Hooker has been. I like Hooker. He's a great guy. He's such a good, likable guy, and killed it. That injury was really bad. I don't know how long Hooker's going to stay here, but
Yeah,
he definitely is a blend between a Dalton and a Bryce, I think,
agreed.
which gives our practice squad some depth. I really thought that we should have gone for like a McCord or, we know that the Italian, what's his name, from the Giants was going to go somewhere as a second string.
Yeah.
So he was going to be out of the question, but I would have liked to see McCord over a Hooker. Nothing against Hooker. I love Hooker. He's a great guy. He's coachable. I hope he can, maybe move into that. My only thing is we're going to only have Dalton for another year. So I don't know if this is our future backup. But for right now, for this year, yeah, I'm good with it. I have no problem with it because I watched the guy. I watched him get hurt. It sucked. It was terrible. But great guy. Great guy. Very likable. Very coachable. Yeah, I have no problem with it.
Now I understand not re-signing Jack Plummer. I get that one. But the other Bryce, he showed some real potential during that Pittsburgh game. I was happy with it. I thought he could have at least made squad along with Hooker, and that did not seem to be the case. Typically, I like to run 3 quarterbacks when I do Madden franchises, but I just think it's generally a good idea because of injuries. We've had a lot of injuries in our past history with quarterbacks, and it's not been pretty.
And we have a small quarterback too, so we have to keep that in mind. So yeah, I agree with that. But having 3 on the active roster
takes away our spot from somebody else.
Yeah, and there's guys out there where if we really needed to go deep, say Bryce got hurt or Dalton got hurt, there's always a Tannehill to go to. Right. And I would much rather throw Tannehill in that's got 14 years of experience than I would.
Is he available?
Than some. Yeah, he's a free agent.
What?
Yeah.
Why did we sign him?
He's going to be that guy that's going to require probably Dalton money.
That's why.
So,
okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, also, we got to think, guys, the practice squad is to be able to go out and compete or practice against. What they're going to do is play against our first and second and third string to match up against, like, key components or key opponents like Atlanta, Tampa Bay. So bringing in some of these corners that are big, receivers that are big, is to almost simulate. It's a simulation game in practice. So you want to have someone that kind of mimics what other quarterbacks do.
Fair point.
And at the same time, kind of mimics what our quarterbacks do at the same time. So that's what a lot of the practice squad is. So if you notice, like a couple of the receivers we brought in are big body receivers, kind of like Tremaine, which I absolutely love that keep on the 53 roster. This guy right here is going to be like he's a poor man, very poor man's Julio Jones.
Right.
6'4", 212, physical. I don't know if you watched the video last night I put out there, Corey, of his highlights. I mean, this guy, man, over the left shoulder catches
Yeah,
were
those were nice.
absolutely ridiculous when he was with Stanford. So this is a guy that should have made the 53.
Yeah, I
You
was
know, we'll
hearing really
touch in
good
on.
things about that during camp too.
Yeah, this guy showed out in everything in college, in camp, in preseason with backup quarterbacks, third string quarterbacks that got cut.
Okay.
I mean, the guy made plays. So, but we also brought in a couple of receivers that mimic like a small guy, you know, and also big guys. So practice squad is practice because you can sit here and say, okay, here's the playbook of the Falcons. Let's try to mimic this, right? So that's why you bring in guys like that. Hooker may not stick around. He may, who knows? I mean, he's a very coachable guy. He's a great guy.
Yeah. I could see it.
So, but yeah, that's what we got to think about that with practice squad too. It's not just practice squad to mimic our offense and defense. Practice squad is there to mimic other teams on a balance. So, like if we go against the Chargers, here's the Chargers playbook that we think we know we have. Here's the film tape. They're film studiers more so than our starters are. They're out there to study film and mimic the team that we're playing that week. And that's what practice is about. So they do that for the first day and a half, and then they blend into regular team play and practice.
Right.
Right. So, and, you know, between practice squad and special teams is very important. So, that's, you know, they help us prepare for other teams. That's what the practice squad does. They're a false army.
Right.
So to speak. So, yeah, I mean, they're there to mimic. If we're playing Jacksonville, you're going to mimic. You need a quarterback that can mimic Trevor Lawrence for week 1 and then turn around and mimic, you know,
switch around.
Someone, exactly, yeah. Be able to run different play styles. So it's more than just going out and doing our thing for our defense, but to confuse our defense.
Right. And keep them engaged.
Correct. Exactly. Nailed it. Yep.
A lot of people don't understand that about practice squad, and you're exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. That's why, you know, you have those players. You have big body receivers to mimic. You know, let's take it back. So we play the Atlanta Falcons with Julio Jones. You've got a guy that's 6'4" on the practice squad, which we did bring a guy in that big today. So, you know, the running backs have to mimic what other teams are doing. They actually do more film study than our starters do. That's what their job is to come out there and pretend like they're the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
Pretend like they're the Denver Broncos. And that's what gets them signed to other teams. They learn really a lot more than your higher end draft picks. It's just the physicality, the athleticism, and, you know, that's why you're a practice squad player.
Right.
But that's what they're there for, is to mimic other teams.
Yeah. So, on offense, we've talked about everybody except for the wide receivers. So let's do the wide receivers. The main 4 are not a surprise to anyone, really. Ted McMillan, Joe and Coker, Jimmy Horn, you know, Xavier Legette, you know, not a surprise to anybody. The surprise, I think, was Bryson making the 53. And we've been hearing a lot of good things about him throughout camp and preseason, and he did impress me during the Pittsburgh game. So I agree with this move. I think that Bryson should absolutely be on the 53. And it was a tight battle between him, David Moore, and Renfro. And of course, we'll talk more about Renfro in a little bit. But Bryson is a 6'4", 212 wide receiver out of Stanford. And not much is really known about him, to be honest, until he came into camp this year and just started lighting it up with our quarterbacks and finding chemistry.
Yep.
So I was very pleased to see players like that come out of the woodwork and just start making plays, because that's what makes campus so exciting is seeing these players come out of nowhere and start lighting it up. You know, that you're not expecting. You see a name on the list, you think, these guys are on the bubble / practice squad type guys. You're not expecting much. All of a sudden, they start making plays, and they make that 53 at the end of camp, and you're going, ooh, we got something here. You know? So,
Yeah.
I think that's what the management was thinking. Dave was looking at Bryson like, maybe we got some talent here. Maybe he might be the next Jalen Coker, you know, the undrafted guy that could make some noise here. You know, we'll see what happens. But I think when you start looking at guys like that, it's a little bit of a gamble, because I think we got lucky with Coker in that way, because he was a different type of wide receiver. We knew that right out of the gate. You know, when you started working with him in the first week or two in training camp last year, you could just tell he was a different breed.
He's well raised. His dad is a very hands-on dad.
Mm-hmm.
And Coker is a
Good,
different receiver than comes from a really good family. And Coker, everybody in the league is shooting themselves in the foot now because
they didn't draft
he cleared
him.
waivers.
Yeah.
No one drafted him, and then he cleared. We took him as a undrafted free agent. Didn't put him on the 53.
From
he cleared
Holy
waivers.
Cross, of all places.
Yes, and he cleared waivers, and we put him in. The guy is now our starter, and with Bryson Tremaine, he came from Stanford, an ACC team who did not win a lot of games. But if you look at his stats, his biggest stat lines were against Oregon, against Southern Cal, against UCLA, against big ranked teams,
major teams,
teams. Yes, so that's where his big games. That's right. And then no one drafted him. You know, this isn't a Stanford from when like McCaffrey played there.
Right.
Stanford fell off pretty big then. So this guy came out of a pro offense. Stanford runs a pro defense and a pro offense.
Right.
And his biggest games were against 5 ranked teams. Well, not just ranked, top 15 ranked teams.
Very dangerous.
And he's
teams.
making over the shoulder left on the opposite side of the body catches that are impossible. Like this guy's doing Tet McMillan stuff. The difference is the size is more like Julio Jones, where Tet has the volleyball athleticism. And we've never had big receivers like that. So I knew this guy was making it. I knew this guy was making the 53. It was going to come down to, and like I said, we'll get to that later. But yeah, I mean, this guy was making the 53 because he puts.
At this
you've
point,
got to be a very smart individual to graduate from Stanford. It's not like you went to, you know, Marshall or Alabama, Birmingham, or something like that. This guy went to Stanford, so he's an intelligent human being, and very coachable. And that is a Dan Morgan player right there.
By definition.
Yes. Yeah.
And
so
it's really a competition between 1, 2, and 3 with Coker now. You know, I think with Leggett having a year in the system now, you know, under his belt, Coker's got a year under his system now, under his belt. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic, with McMillan entering that conversation of who's going to be number one. I think a lot of people are pushing for McMillan, but there are some pushing for Leggett. There's a small handful that are pushing for Coker, which is kind of a surprise.
There is, yeah. Yeah, and I don't think we're going to have a true number one. I don't think we'll have maybe. I don't think we're going to have a 1,000-yard receiver. I think everybody's going to have like 500 to 800 yards.
And we didn't back in 14 and 15 either.
Correct.
Everybody thought that was going to be Kelvin Benjamin, but no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, he had big hands, but man, his brain was very small.
Right.
The guy just wasn't very smart.
Mm-hmm.
And I was high on that pick. I love that pick when we took him from Florida State. And but I think with Coker can play the outside and the slot. Xavier Leggett can almost be a Deebo Samuels. He's physical. He's big. He can play the slot. He can play the outside. Tet right now, I think it's going to be the number one. He's got the athleticism, the jump ball guy, the basketball player.
That's what everybody's arguing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the guy's got hands, man. I mean, he don't have to be the best route runner because he can go up one-handed and take it down.
Who would I vote for? I think McMillan for that reason.
I think so too, but I think that the way Bryce has learned to spread the ball around. See, this is another thing with the Thielen trade, which is a whole different story.
Yeah,
but it's also we're telling Bryce, okay, man, you don't need a safety blanket anymore. You have a ton of wide receivers. And plus, at the same time, Thielen missed a third of the year last year. If everybody remembers, he had a hamstring injury week 3, and he missed a third of the season all the way past trade deadline. So we didn't, and that's when Bryce actually started stepping up big time, was when Thielen wasn't there. So that was something I didn't realize till today, and did some research on it. Was like, you know what, maybe the loss of Thielen wasn't that bad because Bryce really spread the ball around a lot and didn't utilize Thielen until he came back.
Oh, man, I'm starting to make that connection with what Kelvin Benjamin not being there.
You right?
Because nobody knew these wide receivers before they started popping off in 15, man. Nobody knew them.
Right. Yeah.
As soon as we hit the middle of 2015, they became household names. Everybody knew these wide receivers. And it was like, who the heck are these guys, at the beginning of the year? All of a sudden, they start popping off with 100-yard games, 200-yard games, 300-yard games. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like, who are these guys?
Yeah.
I already knew who what's his name was from the Jets before we even got him. So, it's the rest of the room I didn't know.
Right. And that's the thing is, so let's say Tet has 750 yards, Xavier Leggett has 600 yards, Coker has 600 yards. Tremaine has, let's be real here, 300 yards, 2 touchdowns as a rookie, 5th or whatever.
Right.
5th, number 5 wide receiver. David Moore ends up with 350, 400 yards, 3 touchdowns. Right. Now you're not including the passing yards to Etienne, who can catch the ball in the backfield. Rico that can catch the ball in the backfield.
Yep.
Chuba, who's gotten better at it. And then now you've got a 4,000 yard. You've got a 4,000-yard quarterback that's thrown for multiple touchdowns, but you don't have a single 1,000-yard receiver. I like that because guess what? Defenses,
me too.
They're now on their toes. Like, who is who here?
We have to guard everybody now.
That's right.
There's so many weapons on the field that it's impossible to cover everybody. Somebody's got to be open.
Correct, and they're so high. We have Coker and Leggett that both are both capable of playing slot. That like trading Thielen. They actually said today that we won that trade. Multiple sources said we won the trade. I know we can all feel different about that, but they're saying, look, dude, if you would have waited till the trade deadline, you'd have never got a 4th round pick for Thielen. And so
we weren't trying to wait for that.
We weren't
trying to get it done before them.
And even though he would have stayed here, we all know where his heart is. He was born and raised in Minnesota. He went to college there. He was undrafted, got the opportunity by the Vikings. And as we all kind of panicked early, when you go back and look at it, no one would have ever given us any more than a 4th round. So coming out of a 4th round, I would have liked to have that 4th round for this year instead of next year, but still at the same time, our expectations are to win 7 to 10 games. 7 is better than last year. 8 will be better, 9 would be better, and 10 would be definite playoffs.
So if we would have waited,
if we would have waited till the trade deadline, we would have gotten like a 6 for him. So a lot of people today, after listening to WFNZ and people, they were like, we won that trade. We didn't get fleeced. We won that trade. If we would have waited 3 or 4 months, we would have been fleeced on that trade. But they're putting a lot into the youth, but that's what we're doing is trying to build this team through youth.
Let me throw my opinion out on this trade because I'm more of a trade value person. This is more my area. Dan Morgan said it himself. He's worth a 3rd right out of the gate. And my problem is not with the trade itself. The fact that we're trading him. I'd have no problem with that. Because we have too many wide receivers in the room. Too many cooks in the kitchen. We got to put one on this wide receiver core, So we got to move one. Which happened to be Bryson, by the way. And David Moore was on the bubble too. But the thing is, when you move a veteran player like that, you got to get proper value for that. And the issue was the fact that the Vikings kept playing checkers while we were playing chess with them. We knew exactly what we wanted. We just kept screwing around. And Dan's just like, all right, finally, all right, what's your best offer? Because we've got to move him before this point. And from what I've heard, the Vikings are supposed to rewrite his contract to make it worth a top round 4th. That's what I've heard. Which I don't know if they're going to do that or not. If they don't, then we kind of got screwed here. Because it's worth less.
Well, go ahead.
My whole thing is that the contract rarely ever upgrades the value of a player during a trading system. I've never seen that happen, but a few times. It's very rare. It does happen, but I just don't see it here. I don't see where them rewriting that contract would suddenly magically make him worth a 1 higher rounder than he is now. It just doesn't make sense to me. He's an old veteran. He's been in the league for a long time. 2-time Pro Bowler. He's older now. He's looking to retire in Minnesota.
He's going to retire after this year, so we had to get something for him.
Exactly. And
yeah,
the Vikings at first were wanting a 6, and I was like, "You're joking. That's not no, not for a 2-time Pro Bowler. That was your number 1 wide receiver at one point, and our number 1 wide receiver for 2 years." No.
Minnesota doesn't have a 4th-round draft pick for 2026, so they don't have one. So that's how they work that deal. Plus, they inherited the entire contract plus the roster signing bonus because he never officially made the roster. So we ended up getting $7 million back off of Thielen today. So with the Moton deal, we got 13 million in cap room on top of our cap, and this is all rollover cap. With Thielen, we got $7 million today on that trade. So we're at 20 million on top of what our cap was that all rolls over, and no dead money because they inherited the entire contract plus roster, plus the roster, making the roster, which was 1.5. So we ended up with $7.2 million off Thielen today, 13 million off of Moton restructure. That gave us $20 million, $21.5 million. That's rollover cap on top of the cap we have, and none of it affected any dead money. So for next year, we're coming in with a ton of cap money on top of that. So it was actually financially, I know on paper, a lot of us wanted more, but with them inheriting this year's contract plus roster signing of 1.5, we ended up with $7.2 million off Adam Thielen today. And we brought in a 4th and a 5th. We gave up a 5th and a 7th for 2027, but we brought in an extra $7.2 million in cap money on that. So that those two moves, that's a Tillis deal. Those two moves just gave us $21.5 million on top of our cap on rollover with zero dead money accounted for either player.
Right.
So that's actually pretty solid. Because if we would have let
financially,
at the
it
end
is
of this
solid.
year, at the end of the year, we would have lost Thielen to retirement like we almost did this year. Or if we would have traded him at the trade deadline, then we would absorb 50% of his cap money.
Right, so that's the financial side of it.
3.5. Right, yeah, that's the financial side.
So if you're talking the talent skill side of it, now here's where I got a problem with this, because you're leaving this in the hands of obviously the wide receivers that we have now. Yeah, Xavier Legette, McMillan, Coker, and Jimmy Horn Jr.
David Moore, who's also a veteran.
I was going to get to that.
We still have a veteran, yeah.
I was going to get to that. But you're leaving it in the hands of these 4 gentlemen before we even talk about David Moore. You know? So, you know, if you're thinking what Dave Canales said today during the presser, where he said, I feel comfortable with doing this because of these 4 players, you know, in our wide receiver room. Okay, that's cool. But here's where the problem begins, because you've got David Moore, who's on the bubble here, who has been having a lot of problems this year, this preseason, with stopping on his routes. After he's done with the route, he'll just stand there like a gargoyle. And that was highly evident during the Pittsburgh game, where we threw that pick, where the safety was standing right in front of him, and it was just those two on the right side of the end zone. That's just one example. You know, I could cite about 12 more. But I was getting on him the whole preseason about the fact that he would not move around or do anything. It just waited for the quarterback to tell him where to go. So, I mean, like, yeah, he's under contract. You know, and it would cost us dead money. That's the thing. So, we're all like, okay, what do we do with David Moore? Do we put him on squad? He can't go on squad because somebody will pick him up. within a day or two. He's too talented for that. But at the same time, we can't just outright cut him without some value. So that's why I was suggesting maybe a trade with David Moore and a player, that we're looking at on the bubble, and see if we can get a sixth for it. Instead of just outright losing him and not getting anything. But instead, we decided we wanted to put him on the 53-man roster because of his past experiences and what he's done with us, which I don't disagree with that argument. I don't disagree with it at all, because he did put up some points for us and did do some things.
He also plays special teams.
And that argument too. And that's why he is on the 53 right now.
And he's also 6 years younger. He's 29 years old.
Yeah.
And
so
and on top of this, he hasn't missed a game in 3 seasons, and Thielen hasn't played a full season in the last 3 seasons.
Correct.
So
I was going to get into injuries too.
Thielen's probably not going to play a full season with Minnesota this year. He's probably going to miss 2 to 3 weeks.
Right.
Just guessing. We don't know, but he's 35 years old on his retirement year. This is his farewell tour. Yeah. He missed 4 weeks last year. He missed a third of the season. And the only thing that irritates me about it is he was Bryce's safety blanket, but at the same time, how long are we going to give Bryce a safety blanket?
Right.
This is also going to open up
everybody else, because that's what happens with Calvin Benjamin.
Right, and this is going to open up opportunities for Sanders.
Yeah.
This is going to open up opportunity for Trimble and Sanders, and utilizing our tight ends too. So
yeah.
So there's a lot of different arguments. Say what?
They were underutilized last year. So fair point, yeah.
For sure. Yeah. So I mean, this is the year where the tight ends need to step up. Sanders actually started stepping up when Thielen got hurt, and then Sanders got hurt. So who stepped in? Trimble stepped in. Moore stepped in. And these are guys that right now we're dealing with the Trimble injury, but we've got so many wide receivers. Someone had to go. I didn't want to see Thielen go, honestly. I really didn't, but at the end of the day, and it took some time to think about it,
on
paper, and it was like, okay.
That's the one that makes sense.
He missed a third of the year, and he's hitting our cap $7.2 million.
Exactly.
And we have invested a lot in wide receivers. And Leggett had a very good training camp. He had a solid preseason, and it looks like he's gotten a lot of the fumble, dropping the ball out of his system.
Yep.
Especially now that his wrist and hand that he got hurt in Germany. He's looking a lot more. And so I think the way Canales likes to draw up the crazy, weird plays on offense, that he's going to make this work. And plus, like I said, we can't just sit here. Now it's time to kick Bryce in the ass and say, you're in the fire. Do it to it. You don't have a safety blanket, baby. Which he started showing that last year.
On your own merit.
Right. Now you are a pro quarterback.
Same with Ajaro.
Your year one was not your rookie year, in my opinion, because he got totally screwed with the coaching changes. Last year, he got benched, so he had a half a year. And those last 8 games, you got to think, 3 of those games were without Thielen, and he had some of the best games he had, and he was utilizing everybody on the field. So I think a lot of that went hand in hand. Plus, it freed us up financially. So there was a lot of variables there, in positive, because I think they're wanting to go younger. Because they were also saying too that we've got to think about re-signing Bryce at the end of this year, and that won't hit us until 2027. If we re-sign him this year, would be the smart thing to do. Not wait until next year and do it, because then it's going to hit us in the nuts on the cap. So it still goes back to financial. that frees us up even more room. I think right now, we've got almost 50 plus million with almost zero dead cap. So we're going to have to re-sign Bryce.
Absolutely.
And it would make sense to do it this year. So if we do it this year, it doesn't hit us till 2027. So that gives us another 2 years pretty much before it starts affecting our cap system, which is this is a Tillis move here. So I heard this today.
Which is why we're freeing up the money.
Correct. Because now we still got room to go sign.
Sense. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I heard that today, and Corey, I wasn't even aware of that. And, you know, I'm a pretty decent
puts the
money
pieces
guy.
together. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if we sign him towards the end of this year or in the off season before June 1st, then he doesn't hit our cap until 2027. And we can extend him out of that 5th-year option, out of that rookie contract.
Right.
But he still plays 2026 on the rookie contract.
Yep.
And we still have the flexibility. And now we brought in 2 draft picks to be able to work and compensate elsewhere. And we have so many young guys that we don't have to really worry about re-signing any of our receivers coming up.
Yeah.
Because they're all young.
Yeah.
And younger than Bryce. So then we can turn that around in 2028, 2029 for like a Coker, Leggett, Ted. Hell, we don't have to worry about him until almost...
What, 2030? It's going to be a while before we have to worry about him. I'm kind of letting him...
We already re-signed Chuba, so we don't have to worry about that one. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys are already under contract for 3, 4, 5 years. So financially, it's making sense. And I didn't put that math together until about lunchtime today. That it was like, okay, I see what we're doing now, because Bryce is going to be, and you know what quarterbacks cost now? I mean, we've seen Dak get 3 freaking ridiculous contracts.
Shoot. Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, Bryce is going to be getting a big one coming up soon. And it's better to sign him at the end of this year. Go ahead and start working that contract at the end of this year. That we have that option come in. He won't affect us until 2027. So it's starting to make a little bit of sense, you know, once I started doing the math on it. So, because everybody else is younger than Bryce. Think about it. Coker, Xavier, all our wide receivers, Chuba's already signed, so everybody's younger than Bryce. We don't have to worry about that. We've got Chuba locked up now. That was the best move they made last year, was locking Chuba up, because give him one more year like he had last year, Chuba would cost us freaking stupid money, like Saquon Barkley money.
Oh, yeah.
And now we've got him locked in for 4 years now. Like, we don't have to worry about him for 3 more years. Right?
Excellent.
So enough being accounting now. You can carry on. I just want to throw that out there because that was all on my mind today, was like money and what they're trying to do as GMs. And it was like, this makes perfect sense. When they said today, if we sign Bryce at the end of this year, then we don't even get that hard hit till 2027. I was like, damn, that's right. I didn't even think about that.
That's beautiful. Yeah, definitely. I'll let you carry on with that because I wanted the listeners to understand, you know, what's going on with that.
So yeah, the Thielen move was actually freed us up $7.5 million. By mid-time of this year, we would have only freed up about $2.5 million. And say he got hurt, then we would have paid him the full $7.5 million for the whole year plus the roster bonus. We got out of all that today. We got out of all that, and he got to go home. And they're still saying that we're not out of not signing Hunter Renfrow. He can still get signed because now it's a Hunter Renfrow thing. Because last I saw was Hunter is questioning he's questioning his own health, and he's not quite sure if he's going to be able to make it through a full year. So, say we give him an offer for, okay, hey, look, guy, we'll give you $4 million this year. We'll sign you to a 2-year, $8 million,
All right.
or a 2-year, 10, but only 4 is guaranteed.
I
So
do
he's
want to
still
get
got
into
a
that,
question.
but first,
So I think, go ahead.
I want to focus on this Adam Thielen stuff first, and then we'll get into Hunter Renfrow, because that's a whole nother can of worms right there. What I was saying is, like, with the Adam Thielen trade, you're basically banking on a David Moore who stopped on his routes. You're banking on a Bryson who is a undrafted rookie. Now 1 year in the league. And you're banking this on I think there was like one other wide receiver too that we put on squad. So it from South Carolina. So these guys, this low in the wide receiver core, it does matter. Don't let anybody tell you it doesn't. It does. Because this depth can matter a lot if we get injuries. So, this is why we're having this discussion, is because now that Adam Thielen is gone, you know, this is where it ties into Hunter Renfrow, is that you're banking on all of this and you're not signing Hunter Renfrow. Now, here's the counter argument on Hunter Renfrow that we heard today during the presser. This is where I'm going to start tying this in. Because Dave Canales pointed out the fact that it was due to his health that he was not re-signed yet. And, you know, they're in ongoing talks. Hunter Renfrow said, you know, we're going to have to figure out, you know, what do I want to do? You know, I don't know what I want to do now, you know, with that information. Because I balled out, I did everything I was supposed to do, you know, it's even though Dave Canales was just like, yeah, I saw ups and downs, and I was like, what downs did you see other than his injuries? You know, because every day you would see a highlight of Hunter Renfrow doing something. You know, it was everywhere on Twitter. So I was like, okay, well, what downside are you seeing? You know, other than those injuries, I don't get that. You know, so if that's your basis, you know, is the injuries, I accept the fact that he hasn't been re-signed yet. You know, that's a good reason. You know, and I'm glad we're still in talks with him. You know.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that too is like Hunter. I'm not sure he feels that he is back. Hunter's made his money.
Yeah.
He made $41 million. The dude made like $28 million a year. Guaranteed $41 million or whatever his contract was with the Raiders.
Right.
And now it's kind of come down to, I don't know how Hunter feels, because that's what I heard today too on WFNZ was they're giving him the option. He's made his money. He could quit tomorrow and be totally fine. The dude is worth, I've looked up his net worth today. He's worth like $58 million. Which is, you know, small compared to like Devontae Adams or somebody, but still $51 million.
I'll let you get into the financials in just a second, but I want to point out a couple of things. First off, he could have signed with any one of 31 other teams, but he chose us to start out his recovery process.
No one gave him an offer. Yeah. He even said that. No one gave him a chance but us.
No, he had a few phone calls. That's what I heard.
He said he said that no one gave him an offer.
He didn't answer any of the other phone calls. He only chose us. He only wanted to play with us. That was specifically what he said in his presser. I watched it.
So he showcased, and he still hasn't signed with a team after he did not have to clear waivers. So he hasn't signed anywhere. right now. No one's giving him a
because
contract
he wants to
offer.
choose us. Because
But
we're
no one's
still in
giving him an offer.
Because we are still in talks with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he still wants to choose us specifically.
And I think we will give him an offer, and it's up to whether he wants to play now. And
there's also the fact that this is causing a media firestorm.
Well, the media is the problem. It's not the Panthers or Renfro. It's more.
That's what started the Adam Thielen trade to begin with, is the media.
That's right. Yeah.
Which kind of pissed me off because I'm like, that's how much influence they have. But if you go and you look at on Twitter, it was all over Twitter, and TigerNet, for Clemson, was absolutely bombarded with comments about this. And as a Clemson fan, I pay attention to TigerNet. That's their main source of news. They had 130 something comments, and they usually average about 50 at max. For any one Clemson item, that's going on with football, even pro level. So, like, the fact that generated that much attention even on TigerNet is not good. So we need to monitor this very closely, and just watch how this progresses, because this is not, when you get this much negative pushback about a player not making a 53 like this, that's not healthy news. We want positive generated narratives, if we're going to start being respected again in that area. Because we've got to have the media on our side as well, in some way, shape, or form. But you go back to 2015, the media hated us. They had to report on us because we were undefeated at the time. They had no other choice. But there were a few of them that just absolutely could not stand it that we were successful because we were bucking the system. We were like the athletics and Moneyball, We were not supposed to be doing what we were doing. So everybody hated us for that reason. You saw signs, you saw all kinds of crap at these games. I was there for that. And I saw them myself. I could vouch for that. So we've got to be aware of the media presence out there. That can either positively or negatively affect our franchise in serious ways sometimes. And in the case of Adam Thielen, in the past few days, there you go, perfect example of that. So be very aware of that. I
don't think Dan really looks at a lot of what the media says. He's doing what's best.
I don't think he does either, but I respect the
the
power that they have.
There's multiple teams that need wide receivers. The Browns, no one's offered a contract in Cleveland. The Raiders could use wide receivers right now.
What's up, David? We let me get you in Discord, buddy.
I was just trying to figure out what time you're streaming.
We're streaming right now, buddy.
Oh, let me hit you right back.
Yeah. I'll get you on I'll get you on the laptop version. All right,
bye.
Yep.
I think personally, Corey, if Renfro decides to play, because I still think he's questioning his own health in a rightful way.
Yeah.
I think he's not the guy that's just going to take the money and run.
Right.
At the same time, he's not going to put his autoimmune deficiency that can't be corrected.
Right.
It's controlled, but it can't be corrected. My cousin has the same deal that he has. Hell, sometimes I think I have it, and I haven't been checked out for it. But on a different note, I think that we gave him the opportunity to be seen by other teams, and Cleveland has a very big deficiency in wide receiver. The Oakland Raiders, who actually had him at one point and paid him all that money, anybody could get this guy back for $6 million a year.
Right.
As a veteran, I think $6 million a year is about right. So you sign him to a 3-year, $17 million. 12 guaranteed or something.
Fair.
And I think he's testing the waters. I'm not sure if he really wants to play after what I heard today. Is it's not really us. We're talking to him, and we're saying, hey, you know, we could use you here, and you might start off on the practice squad just like any other team was going to put you on, but we'll pull you off in, you know, a few weeks type deal. Just so you could get your health right, learn the timing, learn the system, play with Bryce, because he did miss 2.5 weeks of training camp because of the hamstring. He came in and he did show signs in Pittsburgh, but there was also, I went back and watched that game. He missed some plays in that game. And to be fair with David Moore on the Plummer thing, I think that's why Plummer got cut. I don't think it was a David Moore problem. You know how we were talking how he stopped short on that route? I think Plummer called the wrong damn play. And that's why Plummer was let go.
I disagree.
Well, they were talking today, and not Colin Cowherd, screw that dude. There's a guy here, Colin Collard, was saying that David Moore never has stopped short. He's always been known for being a route runner. The guy is like a professional, poor man's Larry Fitzgerald.
Then what's changed in this preseason then? Because I've called him out all 3 games about it.
Because he never played with our number ones. You got to think we only played 4 sets of downs, and Moore never played one with Bryce Young.
So your argument here is that there was no connection, right?
Correct. He only played with Plummer. And Plummer, and at the same time, I've seen this in the past with quarterbacks, even like Brett Favre and Steve Young. I mean, that's how old I am. I'm dating myself now. They make the wrong call. They get confused. If you're supposed to run a hook route, you run a hook route. And when you're within the 20-yard line, you don't have time to like stop and then make a decision in split second to bust out left and right. If you're on the other 20 and you've got 80 yards to go, then yeah, you can kind of manipulate that more. But when you only have 15 yards of field to work with, those are precision routes. And the one that Plummer screwed up the other day was.
But you don't just stand there after you finish the route, though.
I agree, but we got to know somewhere. And you got to understand, David Moore has always been considered a route runner, hands guy. And this guy rarely makes mistakes. So I had to take that in consideration because I blamed him too. Trust me, I blamed him too. I was like, damn, he stopped on that route. And then everybody else in there, even one of the guys, what's his name? He's always on there. He goes, nah, that was a Plummer problem. Plummer should have known in that red zone play, if you target a receiver, you have to go after that receiver when you're within 15, 20 yards of the end zone. If you're going to call a play in the end zone, you've got to go for it. And what did he do? He didn't go for it. He didn't chase his receiver. At worst case, you go to your receiver. The receiver doesn't go to you. The receiver goes to you on the 50-yard line. So they're blaming Plummer, and they're actually saying that's why Plummer got cut, because he did this last year too. And they're like, he can't figure it out in short field. He can figure it out in open field, and he relies on his receiver. But in short field, he cannot figure it out. So that's why Plummer lost his job, is what they're saying.
Ooh, that's a good argument. That's a solid argument, actually. I wasn't even considering all that, but yeah.
For the play call, we weren't in the huddle. We don't know what it was called.
Right.
But David Moore is not one of those guys. He is renowned through the entire league of being an elite route runner.
Fair point.
His problem is he's not athletic. He's not an athletic guy. He's a physical receiver, and he's a hands guy. He's not spectacular. He's not going to make Pro Bowls, but he also had 400 yards and almost 400 yards and 3 touchdowns with Bryce last year with no issues.
Right.
And then every time he didn't get to play with Bryce this year. So he was playing with Plummer, and Plummer goes out there and looks a little erratic and uncontrolled, and they're blaming the quarterback on
that. That
this.
is a fair point. He did look rattled.
So he did, and so the receiver can't just like bust out 10 yards to the right if you threw the ball straight to a defender. What are you doing, bro? So
fair point.
They made that today too. So I mean, because when I saw it live on TV, I was like, "Damn, Moore, that's not like you. You didn't finish that route."
Right.
If it's a hook route, then you can't just overcomp on a hook route on a short yard situation.
Right.
Now, if we were on the 50, then you could make that adjustment and go.
Right.
But when you're in the end zone, you have nowhere to go. You have 10 yards.
You either
around
go left
you
or you go right.
Correct. You have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So that's what they were saying today. And even one of the guys really stuck up for Moore today and was like, "Hey, look, he wasn't in there with Bryce.
Okay.
He's in there with Plummer. So, this is not a guy that David Moore doesn't just show up limp on a route. So that's something that I heard today too. And like I said, I'm still learning on some of this too, because we're not out there in that split situation.
Oh yeah, we're all always learning new things. That's what it is. The game of football is always teaching us stuff constantly.
And yes, and a lot of people are really high on getting rid of Plummer because they're like, "All right, you've had 2 years, dude, and you still make the same
I agree with that.
mistakes."
He's had plenty of time.
You're athletic, you got a strong arm, but you're still making the same damn mistakes. That's why you're a third string and you didn't take over Andy Dalton.
Correct.
Because that's what you were brought in to do, was take over Andy Dalton. And, bro, you cannot do it. If Andy Dalton was making that play, then he would have overcomped and thrown the ball away instead of an interception. Right. That's what quarterbacks do, right? Okay, I made a mistake, wrong play call. Throw it away and throw it in the stands.
Right.
The Plummer just threw it. So I mean, I've seen that happen with hell. I remember one time, Corey, Steve Smith got in Jake Delhomme's face. That's why they're best friends.
Oh yeah.
It was a short yard situation.
I remember that. Short
yard situation like that, and Steve Smith, it looked like he quit on the route, and as soon as he threw it. And Steve Smith, I think it was against the Cardinals, and he threw a pick. Steve Smith ran straight up to him and got in his face and was like, "Bro, throw it to me. I will beat my defender. Why did you do that? You don't throw where you think I'm going to be." I ran a hook route. When I run a hook route, there's no going back. It's a hook route. I've got one place to be. I've got 5 yards left and right.
Yeah.
You throw it to me, and I'll beat off the defender. And he got in Jake Delhomme's face, and they became best friends ever since.
Yeah, Jake actually respected him for that, too.
Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing about that story and just the interviews about that. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're like, "Dude, I'm running a hook route."
Steve Smith does not quit on plays. Smith never quits on plays.
Yeah, and that's why David Moore would have never cleared waivers. It was because he is a route running hands guy. Correct. He doesn't drop balls. He doesn't fumble the ball.
He's gone.
Right. He's gone. He would have been gone this morning by 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns or someone would assign him instantly. The Patriots.
Correct.
Or somebody would assign him instantly. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm putting this blame now after hearing this through multiple people on the radio today. Plummer screwed up on that. That wasn't really Moore. And the coaches see this and they know what play was called, and they're like, "Dude, you screwed up, Plummer. You're gone, man." I mean, I think that actual play right there.
Yeah.
I think that actual play got rid of Plummer. In hindsight, I might be wrong. I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, he played like trash and he overthrew the wide receivers anyway and threw a bunch of hospital balls and almost got Renfro killed too. So
Almost got, dude,
that
play against to Renfro, you about got that guy killed, man. I mean, absolutely. That is a suicide ball. Why did you throw it so high and out like that?
That's exactly what happened to Keith Kirkwood. Remember Keith Kirkwood?
Yep, I do.
I was there the day that man was carried off on a freaking stretcher, man. Because our backup quarterbacks decided they couldn't control their freaking hospital balls. And I was like, you got to get the ball down. I was shouting it, dude. From the freaking grass. Yeah. I was like, get the ball down. I was doing the coach's job
for get it down.
It pissed me off. Because you don't put these wide receivers at risk like that.
That's right. And Kirkwood was a good hands guy that did a lot like David Moore type receiver. He wasn't like,
these guys are worth millions of freaking dollars, dude.
Right. And yeah, he about killed. I mean, Plummer about killed Renfro on that play.
I was so pissed.
Yeah, because I mean that could have. Man. I know, and the guy works hard, and he's one of those receivers that's going to go after the ball every time. It doesn't matter what shot he takes, and he's not a big guy either. And dude, he could have got Renfro seriously injured on that play. And Plummer has been known for doing that. Dude, Cam Newton was known for doing that. I mean, if we would have
2016, he was.
Yeah, if we would have had these wide receivers here with like 6'4" receivers, it'd have been a whole different game. But man, he's playing with Steve Smith. He almost got Steve Smith killed a couple times, man. And Steve Smith got in his face and told him, and then he threw the ball.
Let him up, man. He let him know.
Yeah, and then he threw the ball so hard to Steve Smith one time. Remember when he broke his finger? He's like, dude, it's a 10-yard out route. Why'd you throw the ball 90 miles an hour? You broke my finger, dude.
Right.
I mean, you know, be smart. What are you doing? Right. So, yeah, I think Plummer played his way out of this team. I think he's got talent. I think he's Kyle Allen 2.0. Kyle Allen took over the number 2 spot. You know, Kyle Allen's still in the league. He took over the number 2 spot where he's at right now.
Yeah.
But Kyle Allen was Plummer back then. Yeah. And, you know, it was one of those guys where you're going to be a career backup, but, bro, you're not going to be here. You almost – you're making the receiver – when you're making the receivers look bad – you know, and when you got our own corners, our own cornerbacks are saying, hey, Jimmy Horn's the man. Coker's the man. When you got J.C. Horn coming out there saying Jimmy Horn is the man, Coker's the man. I've never seen anybody do anything like that in my life.
Horn was the one that said Horn was the one that said that Renfro was unguardable throughout camp.
I think we're still.
That's a huge accolade for Renfro right there.
It is. He also said the same thing about Coker. He's like, dude.
Yeah.
He said the same thing about Jimmy Horn Jr. He's like, man, dude, Jimmy Horn Jr. is a beast, man.
And this is where a lot of people are going to take this out of context and say, is Horn losing his edge? You know, blah 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 blah, and it starts up a whole debate on Horn. And it's like, no, he's not. Because if
he tries to.
If you watch him in the preseason, he looked good.
Yeah, and you know, J.C. Horn's one of those guys where he purposely, in a positive way, not starting fights is the wrong way to say it, but starting conflict in practice.
Yeah,
he's out there in the face of the receivers to push them. I want to see you beat me. And when he comes out and says, dude, these receivers are sick. Ted McMillan can go up like I've never seen. He's a professional volleyball player. And when Horn Jr. is hard to cover, he's meaning that. He's like, bro, I'm telling you, I go against NFL receivers all the time. I just signed the biggest contract in history, one of them. And when he says these guys are legit, then he's saying it's pretty legit. You know, I mean, so yeah, and he gave Renfro the mad props. I think Renfro is going to re-sign with us.
I think so too.
I think it's just whether Renfro is going to be willing to start the year
right
on the practice squad. And if Renfro feels like he's healthy enough to play.
Right.
And I think that's where it is. Because he could have easily signed with the Raiders. He could have easily signed with multiple teams right now. And he hasn't signed anywhere.
Correct.
So, and we gave him the shot.
Us.
So I think, you know, if he's willing to come in and do that, you're talking about 2 or 3 weeks on the practice squad, and you're on the main squad. We could easily move Tremaine to the practice squad.
Agreed.
So I think that, you know, time's going to tell. Like I said yesterday, 48 to 72 hours is really going to be the telltale of what this team's going to be. It really, from what I understand today, it comes down to whether Renfro really wants to try to give this a true comeback or not. So I think the option's there for him.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I think it's just whether he's going to sit down with his family and he's going to talk it over. He's going to say, hey, you know, can I do this or not?
Yeah.
And I respect that.
Me too.
Especially from a veteran like him. So,
absolutely. And as a person too. I respect that.
Absolutely. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
So the team's been in contact. We know that. So it's kind of like the ball's in Renfro's court right now.
Yep. Let's take some comments in chat here. Lock Puppy says, what are your thoughts on the Thielen trade? Me, I'm not too happy. Bryce just lost his go-to guy. We all know he was. Now he's gone. Who's Bryce's go-to now? Also, rumor is Thielen never wanted to go. Bryce's go-to guy is going to be McMillan and Leggett. And Coker occasionally. So you're going to see all three of them, you know, get a lot more carry opportunities now.
You're going to see a lot more JT Sanders this year too, bro.
Yeah, Sanders as well. So it's going to open the doors just like Kelvin Benjamin. He's going to open things up.
Yep. Yeah. Bryce likes to spread the ball.
We'll be here, David.
He's not selfish.
Yeah, we'll be going. We'll be staying live for quite a while. So
I really don't think that. My personal opinion, Corey, is I don't think letting go of a 35-year-old with compensation coming back in cap room is going to make or break our season.
No, it's not.
At all.
That's why I didn't have a problem with that move.
No.
It's what you're leaving behind, you know, as far as the bottom of that depth chart with Renfro and David Moore and all that. That's where it was kind of shady. So, you know, we're talking in terms of like numbers and skill, you know, versus the financial part of it.
Yeah.
So there's two different sides of this, you know, put together, it's the whole picture. So you have to look at all of it.
Yeah.
Together.
And someone's feelings have to get hurt. And, you know, if Thielen wanted to go back, which I know he wanted to go back to Minnesota, but he also wanted to stay here.
Right.
But if there was that option where we could benefit getting Bryce, you know, a lot of this we also got to look at is as a coaching staff. I mean, we saw us bench Bryce last year with hard love, right?
Yeah.
So now I think we're also giving him the hard love, saying, hey, Bryce, your security blanket is gone. Okay. Yeah. So you've done a really good job of spreading the ball. This is your team, and let's go for it. This is your team. And they have enough confidence in Leggett's progression, Coker, of course. And I still think that Renfro is going to end up here. I still believe
I
by
believe
Friday.
so too. Yeah,
I believe by Friday,
we might have a
Renfro is
decision
going to
made,
sign.
but I don't want to put a timetable on it because I know Renfro.
Yeah,
He
but I
feels
just
how he
don't
feels
think
about
that
his
it's
own
going to.
body. You know what I mean?
The first game's coming up quick. I just
Yeah.
think that they're going to get him in
It's
as
not
soon
an
as
immediate
possible.
decision that we have to make. It's really
No.
just because we have 4 spaces available on practice squad still.
Mm-hmm.
So, at any point, in between now and the weekend, it could change
Yeah.
up real quick. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean,
Something might change the situation. Who knows?
I'll tell you what, though, still going into this season, whether we have Thielen or Renfro or neither one,
Yeah.
having Tet, having
We've
Coker,
got so many
having
weapons already,
Leggett,
though.
yeah,
We're
having
going to be
Leggett,
fine.
having JT Sanders, having Rico Dowdle, having Chuba Hubbard, having David Moore, having Horn Jr. I mean, it's like, dude, we are still like pretty damn solid. And I really don't have a lot of. It didn't change my aspect of what I expect out of this year, which,
Me
like
neither.
I've said before, the floor is 7 wins, the ceiling is 10 wins.
Agreed.
Realistically, I'd like to see 8 or 9.
I agree.
We are still right there. A 35-year-old guy that missed a third of the year last year did not change Bryce last year.
Yep.
I don't believe that. Yeah, I would still love to have him here, and I'd love to have Renfro here. If we don't have him here, then so be it.
So
Let
be
these
it.
guys,
Yeah.
these young guys, go get it, man. Go eat,
Yeah.
dude. I mean, the food bowl's in front of you. Go eat, guys. And that's what they want
It's
for the
wide
long
open
term.
for these guys
and,
now. Just like it was for the wide receivers at 14. This is your opportunity. Take
that's right.
the opportunity and run with it.
And these
Especially you,
all are
Coker.
dogs. All these guys are dogs, man. And Coker might be the biggest dog out of them all, even though he's the smallest of all of them, except for Horton Jr.
Yeah.
He's a dog, man. And he's
ready.
He's so ready, dude. He was so ready last year.
He was ready last year.
And
we gave
I
him
just
that
think the
opportunity.
offense
He
is
just
fine.
ate on it, man. It was just
He
was
did.
beautiful.
He did. And you know what? This guy cleared waivers.
Yep.
And somehow he cleared waivers after the preseason he had, and we cut him from the 53, and we signed him the week that Thielen got hurt, week 3. And we brought Coker in, and Coker comes out in the first game and catches a 53-yard diving catch. And it's like, oh, wow, this guy is something. And it's like, wow. So that's what the coaches are seeing.
Paying attention to this was just like, who is this dude?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the rest of us that have been paying attention already knew who he was, and we're like, we got something here.
Exactly. Yeah, we knew what we had there.
At that moment,
I was actually undrafted free agent, and that's hats off to Dan because this guy can pull. Let's look at the undrafted free agents this guy's made. Do you know that our draft history has been so abysmal over the last 5 years until last year and this year? We have not cut every single draft pick and undrafted free agent has made the team in 2 seasons.
Yep.
And you look at it, Smith Wade, undrafted. You look at Damari Richardson, undrafted. Coker, undrafted.
Yep.
You look at Tremaine, undrafted.
Yep.
You look at the only draft pick that didn't sign with this team, we traded for a draft pick. And that was the 7th round pick from last year that we traded
Which is
for.
Wild.
That was Barrett that we traded away.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's made this team. So that means that these dudes, and no one's floundered. Not one single draft pick has floundered.
Yeah.
And it's like,
you compare
damn,
that
dude.
to You compare that to Scott Fitter, who had a bunch of people that never stuck around. Shy Tuttle just went to Tennessee. You know, that's just one more example. Shaq just went to Buffalo.
Yep.
You know, and these guys aren't here anymore. And
No,
you look
we
at
had cleaned
Gettleman's
Fitter's
crew
house
as well.
out.
Yeah. And Marty's crew.
Yeah.
None of those guys are here anymore. And
None.
It
And
really
everybody
emphasizes the fact that we are roster building in our own unique way this year. You know, we have our own formula of doing it. You know, but it's modeled after what we were doing in 15 because these guys were just basically nobodies. Most of this team was nobodies. You know, you could count on maybe two hands players that you recognized off that team before we went off. You know? And then, like, it's like, wow. You know, how did we acquire these guys? We got them for a small amount of money. You know, I still like Gettleman's approach, you know, as far as the money was concerned. Because he was like, I'm not willing to move off this price.
But all he wanted to do was just sign big hog mollies. That's all he wanted.
You know, and that's where the problem started. Because he wanted all these people that were not going to get us anywhere.
He drafted Benjamin because he had 10.5-inch hands. And that was his reason.
Yeah.
Killing Benjamin had
that's not a good enough reason. I'm sorry, no.
And that's right. And he also drafted Devin
get
Funches.
A quality one.
He drafted Devin Funches too. And where are those guys at now? They're selling insurance. And
Funches was actually really good.
You want to know a really cool stat that I saw today? Our number, when we have the first round number 8 pick, guess our last 3. Take a guess of our last 3. 8th pick in the draft. Luke Kuechly, Ryan Khalil, and Tet McMillan.
Yep.
Take a look at that, dude. We have landed, like, history repeats itself there. We're talking about 2 Hall of Famers almost, right?
I want to point something else out that's really odd. When I was looking, when you go back to Cam Newton when he was drafted, guess who was drafted right after him?
Who was drafted right after him?
This is going to flip some people out. Do you know who it was?
Who?
Von Miller.
It was Von Miller. That's right. It was Von Miller. Right after.
Isn't that freaking crazy?
Because I saw that. Yeah, because Von Miller won the Super Bowl and Cam didn't jump on the ball.
I was like, are you kidding me? Von Miller was number 2.
Yeah.
Go freaking
that was
figure.
Right. I saw that the other day on something.
Cam's Kryptonite.
Now that you mentioned that.
That's wild.
Cam's Kryptonite. Hey, it's like Michael Jordan and
Yeah.
You know, Michael Jordan wasn't drafted till what, the 3rd, 4th pick in the draft, and I mean, you had who was the guy? Sam. God, what was his last name?
I don't follow NBA
1
that much, so
and
I
then
wouldn't know.
After Jordan, it was Hakeem Olajuwon or someone was taking the pick after Jordan. But yeah, I mean, it's that same type deal, dude. Like his Kryptonite was drafted right after him. But yeah, I mean, they said that today. Like we've had number 8 picks 3 times now.
Yeah.
In our history, and it was Luke Kuechly, which everybody hated that draft pick. Everybody hated it. They were like, why the hell are we taking this white boy from Boston College? And what is he going to do?
I disagreed with it for different reasons than everyone else did, because I was looking for an offensive tackle at the time to replace Jordan Gross. What I didn't realize is after I started doing the research on Luke, I was just like, holy crap. This dude's an animal.
Yeah.
Because
it
clicked because I'm a Clemson fan, and knowing the fact that he was a Boston College linebacker, this dude made a living hell for my Tigers during that time period. And now I remember that, you know, after I did the research.
When you're a rookie and you're calling defensive plays as a rookie inside linebacker,
yeah,
dude, I mean, when you're given the reins to run the defense as a rookie, and it was like, dude, I mean, there were so many people that hated that pick because everybody wanted wide receiver, Mike Williams. Everybody wanted.
He was given the reins during his sophomore year of Boston College.
Yeah, and no one knew the smarts that this guy brought in.
No one disputed
and it's like, no. But, man, when that draft pick happened, it was like 50-50. It was like, okay, he's a good linebacker, whatever. He came from a smaller, Boston College. He didn't win a ton of games. And
there's a reason he was up there in the top 5.
Everybody wants the big names, Corey. And, dude, I'm going to tell you, I'm the first to admit.
That dude was different.
This year, when we drafted Tet McMillan this year with the 8th overall pick, I about lost my mind. Like, literally, I was so freaking pissed off. That's not who I wanted. I wanted so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. And I had 4 people lined up. I wanted defense. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? And when we drafted him, I was like, oh, my God, what are we doing? And then we turn around and got Scourton, who is actually back at practice today. Yeah. Scourton cleared full practice. And then we turned around and picked Princely. I was like, okay, hold on. Okay, maybe I'm not the smartest guy on the planet.
Right.
Wow, we got
Dan
one wide receiver in the draft.
He did that last year too.
Yeah.
He humbled us last year too.
He did, because they'll trick you. They don't talk a lot. They don't say a whole lot. They don't give a whole lot. They butter up the media. And
Brad Isaac almost did.
And I'm like, yeah, he damn sure did last year almost. But man, when they signed Princely, when we drafted Scourton and then Princely, I was like, okay, wait a minute.
Brilliant.
I'm a moron because if I was the GM, I would have never even thought that those guys were going to be there.
That's what I thought when Brady Christian and Cade Mays showed up in the same third and fourth rounds. I was like, how the heck are these guys still here? We got them both.
I mean, you're getting Brady Christensen out of Penn State, who's a let's be real. Like, Brady Christensen is almost a Luke Kuechly on the offensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, he's that guy.
Yeah.
And when we got him, I was like, oh my God, how do we get this guy?
Right.
And it's like, how is Dan Morgan almost psycho? Like, it's almost weird how he can predict who's still going to be there. And it's like, that's why I never question anything he does.
Their computer algorithms are really crazy. What I'd like to know is like what system of ranking they're using.
And he doesn't go after the big names. He goes after
guys that have been under the radar from like random places,
Right. He just has an eye for football players and knowledge. So that tells me that Dan does research in that interview, like to the point where it's like,
he deep dives
how much beef do you eat versus chicken? And that's kind of like what I could see him doing on the interview.
Right.
And what do you do as a hobby? And do you like Ozzy or Black Sabbath? Do you like Slipknot or Stone Sour?
Right.
Are you Van Hagar or Van Halen?
Right.
What if you had to choose beer or bacon? Pick one. World's going to end tomorrow. That's the kind of interview I think Dan gives. And he deep
dives the crap out of it.
Dude, and he kills it. And with these undrafted free agents that he does, I've never seen anybody in my life put that many players in the starting lineup that makes the 53 that are undrafted. I mean, look at Damari Richardson. Look at Coker. I mean, look at these guys, man. And then to make these trades that he did, like Mingo for a 4th, and we get ransom out of it, to trade Deontay Johnson away and get a draft pick.
These were excellent trade values, too.
Dude, absolutely. Ransom. Dude, Ransom might be the best trade he made since.
Agreed.
Dude, that was absolutely phenomenal. You picked up a starter.
I had my eye on one or two other safeties at the time. You know, I had my eye barely on Ransom because I knew he was there as an option. You know, it was like, I wouldn't be mad if we took Ransom. You know, and we took him, and I was just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, cool, yeah. But then all of a sudden the guy comes out and he's like, yeah, I'm a starter. Screw y'all.
Yeah, it's like, whoa. Coming out the gate with that type of energy. Okay, I feel you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's the
type of energy we're looking for.
Yeah, because he does. Dude, he's a starter. Like,
right.
I mean, this guy, you could put him in the lineup week 1 as a starter, and Ransom's going to make every play that he can make.
Yep.
And that was actually, thank you, Dallas Cowboys. Thank you, Jerry Jones. Ransom for Mingo? Dude, who the hell would have ever thought?
Done in a heartbeat.
I mean, yes, because Ransom's a football player and Mingo is nobody.
Right.
I mean, Mingo is
still trying to find a spot right now.
Mingo's Funches 2.0, man. This guy he'll never figure it out.
Speaking of wide receivers that still can't figure it out, Deontay Johnson got cut by the Browns. And if you can't make it in the Browns wide receivers room, you are done.
Bro, yeah,
you might as well call it a career. Hang up your cleats.
Yeah, exactly. Because let me ask you this.
Because not even the Titans will go after you after that.
Trivia question of the day, Corey. Name one Cleveland Brown. Name one Cleveland Brown wide receiver.
Offhand, without looking, I can't.
Yeah, without looking.
I can't.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't.
Right. And exactly. That's my point. You get cut, Deontay Johnson. You can't even name. I can't name it either. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you honestly. I can't name a Cleveland Brown wide receiver right now. I mean, it's like, what are you doing up there, Cleveland? You got more quarterbacks than you do wide receivers.
Somehow they managed to get Jerry Jeudy. They got DeAndre Carter. They got Isaiah Bond.
Is Jeudy still there?
I believe. Let me double check because it's a brand new depth chart. Keep this in mind. It's a brand new depth chart.
But you know what? Jeudy never panned out either.
He's there.
And Jeudy's never panned out either. He was supposed to be the next, Higgins type receiver.
The most dangerous thing they have on their offense is David Njoku.
Yeah, that's it. And you know what? They don't utilize him right at all.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get. I've done everything but call the Panthers and say bring in Njoku.
Right.
I mean, we almost made trades for him a couple times. Yeah, but they won't utilize him. And I'm just like, how do you not utilize the guy that can block and can catch?
Exactly.
And what are you doing there? I mean, the guy can do both. He's like Greg. He's like a poor man's Greg Olsen.
Right.
And I never understood.
He's just sitting there unutilized, and it just pisses me off to no end.
Totally unutilized, man. Yeah. And they never have a quarterback. Well, the problem is it's not Njoku. It's
their GM that's an idiot.
Have a quarterback. They never have a quarterback. They've tried receivers. They've tried quarterbacks. Dude, that is the worst organization in football. I cannot believe.
By a long shot, their GM is an idiot. Like, you need to fire him today. Today.
It's abysmal.
Before he does any more damage.
the thing about it is Njoku's going to age out soon. Like, he's probably got 2 more years before his prime's over.
Yep.
And you've wasted this guy's entire career. And you're talking about a guy that could be a Greg Olson.
You only get one career as a football player.
That's it. And you can block.
Once it's done, it's
done.
You
can catch, and you're stuck there. Like, if I was him, I would probably just say, you know what? I've made my millions. I'll just quit, man. I'll just go Barry Sanders or Calvin Johnson and be like, you know what? I retire, dude. You guys are a joke. And somehow he's still stuck with Cleveland. And Njoku,
he's stuck in those big contracts.
Dude, I would take. You don't find tight ends like him anymore because tight ends are either playmakers or blockers. They're not playmakers and blockers like a Greg Olsen.
Now you stuck Jerry Jeudy in there. You got him stuck forever. You know, to the rest of his career. Now you got Myles Garrett stuck there forever. Mason Graham is going to get stuck there forever. Swearinger.
Well, Myles Garrett don't give a shit.
I mean, come on, man.
Garrett don't give a damn.
Yeah, Garrett's only in it for the money at this point.
Yeah, he was like, dude, I'm 32 years old. I'm just
I played my games. I just want my money now.
That's right. Yeah,
it's just a gigantic cash grab in Cleveland.
You know the thing about
it, and the thing is, there's no cash to grab because of this Watson contract.
That's right. There's nothing.
So I don't even know what you guys are doing there.
Yeah, they don't even know what they're doing. It's like, who is getting? How are you affording to pay people, like, at all in Cleveland? It's like terrible. I mean,
you don't get it either.
You can see Cincinnati watch Cincinnati in 2 years.
Oh my God!
They've got all their money tied up in Trey Hendrickson.
I want to read you the cap spaces.
Joe Burrow, Higgins, and Jamar Chase. They've blown all their money on 4 players.
Oh my God!
4 players, and guess what? Joe Burrow's had 2 knees.
We'll give him a second. The Bengals currently have $25.6 million right now in cap space. But I want you guys to see, like, the top ones on this list because it is absolutely ridiculous. I'll wait till he comes back. If he's here. Because this is wild. Alright. You're looking at the Patriots with $58.6 million right now in cap space. Why are you not spending it? Why?
I don't get it, man. These teams, man, they just don't.
Let me read you these numbers if you haven't seen them already on Over the Cap. This is cap space right now, as of currently. The Patriots with $58.6 million.
Yeah.
Why are you not spending that?
Right now.
Why are you not spending that?
Spending it?
You got all these players on the free agent market that could help your team right now to get back into contention, and you're not spending it. Doesn't make any sense. Your GM's an idiot.
You've got Drake May as a quarterback. You're not giving him any weapons at all.
Right.
You have spent no money on wide receivers. And
I could remake a third of a freaking franchise team in a year with that much cap space. Are you kidding me?
Dude, if you get they had going into this year, they had
awful.
70-some million dollars, and they still didn't spend it wisely. Right. On the $25 million they spent, it was like, what are you doing? You got a quarterback. You have a quarterback that is on a rookie contract.
It's so dumb.
Name one wide receiver for the New England Patriots. Name one.
You can't. You can't. At
Name,
this point, you can't.
Who's the starting running back for the New England Patriots?
Can't name that either.
Who's the starting tight end for New England?
It was Gronk's replacement, right? It was Gronk's replacement. I forget his name. But shout out Skylar Dunston. How's it going, buddy?
Who is the starting tight end for the New England Patriots?
It's the backup that Gronk was training up, right? When he left. It should still be.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you the starting running back, the number one wide receiver, or you let go of Jacoby Myers 2 years ago.
Yeah. Myers is gone.
Who's the number one wide receiver? Who's the number one?
I don't think they even know at this point.
Who's the number one tight end? It's like, dude,
they're done, bro.
What are you doing there, man? You got Drake May that you went all in for a quarterback, and you put nobody around him. I mean,
GM's a moron.
Belichick left, the whole team crap.
With all due respect, the GM's a moron when it comes to handling this business. And now that's not to say he's not a moron in everything else. He's probably very intelligent in everything else. But in football, as a GM, you got one job you're being paid for, and you're not doing it correctly. So yes, you are a football moron.
Yeah, I mean, you got the number one quarterback. You got the number one quarterback in the football draft in 1 year, and you put 0 receivers.
Yeah.
They never had good. The running backs have always just been mediocre.
Right.
They, I mean, every once in a while they have a 1,000-yard running back.
Now I want you to see the rest of these on this list, because coming at number 2 is the Lions with $48 million. That's a terrifying number right there, considering how much talent they've got.
They have a lot of talent too, man. That team's got a lot of talent. If they start spending
that $48 million, that's an NFC championship. Period.
Well, and they're a Super Bowl contender regardless every year.
Yeah. That's an NFC championship locked up every year.
Yeah. Well, what they're doing is they're saving that money because it's rollover cap to keep building the team every year.
Building it.
They draft good.
These guys know
what
they're
doing.
doing.
Money wisely. That's right.
And that's why I say we should follow their formula.
Well, we do. We follow their. Actually, that's whose formula we actually follow.
Correct.
More so is Detroit's and it used to be we followed Pittsburgh's formula.
Yeah. And the Pittsburgh one
now
didn't work.
Now we follow more of and now we follow more of Detroit's formula. And now that Ben Johnson's gone, I mean, actually look at where Ben Johnson is now. I mean, they haven't really boosted a team around Ben Johnson.
Right.
If you can't be successful under Ben Johnson, then you got a problem. Right. And that's where, there was somebody else that we're talking about today that we had, and I can't remember what it was, but it was something like, you can't succeed under Ben Johnson, then you have a problem, a big problem. Mm-hmm. And it's because Ben Johnson, it was unfortunately it was Hooker. Yeah. That we brought in, which I like Hooker, but I really didn't like that pickup, man. I thought we could have done better there.
Yeah, I would agree.
But if you can't make the roster for Ben Johnson, we could have
That's a fair point.
We could have gotten somebody better. If you can't make it under Ben Johnson, then why are we taking him, man?
Yep.
He's a local guy. He's a North Carolina guy. Hooker is.
Yep.
He went to Tennessee. I get it. He's, I liked Hooker in college. I thought he was a great guy. But let's be real. You know what he is? He's the Armando Baycott of football. He's never gonna. He's gonna be the third string, fourth string. Probably end up in the Canadian League.
Yeah.
Type deal. Yeah. Hooker's not gonna be. He's not our. Dalton's gonna be done after next year. Dalton's gonna go into coaching, and we'll probably hire Dalton as a quarterback coach, which I'm fine with.
I would be happy with that.
He's going to be a coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's here for, and we gave him that opportunity. And he's still ranked like top 8 as far as backup quarterbacks goes. So everybody that hates Dalton, whatever. He's the second best quarterback in Cincinnati Bengals history. That's next to Boomer Esiason. The guy's put up stats that were absolutely fantastic in his career. I think he's thrown for 13,750 yards in his career. I mean, you can't find guys like that. Plus, he's a good guy. He's been very good for Bryce. Next year is going to be his last year.
I would agree. Yeah.
There's no way Hooker's going to be our freaking backup quarterback next year. No way.
No.
So I mean, we've got to start looking for that, and that's.
Yeah, I would agree. Let me see if I can.
When someone throws for almost 15,000 yards in their career, I have respect for them.
Right.
So there's that. I mean, we could have signed DeVito from the Giants, but DeVito's a step above everybody. He's a number 2. He's where he went. He will be the number 2. He's not a number 3 practice squad guy. He's going to go in as a number 2 quarterback. DeVito is.
Yeah.
And, but you can't sit here and talk bad about a guy that's, been probably the second best quarterback in a franchise history like Dalton has with the Bengals. Smart guy. Very smart quarterback, has put up a ton of yards. I don't know. Right now, Dalton's the fit, but next year we're going to have somebody better as a backup. Dalton's going to retire. We'll probably hire him as a quarterback's coach, or somebody will. And we're going to have to move on. And Hooker is not that guy.
Yeah,
so,
agreed.
But, next year, maybe it's a player, I don't know. I mean, damn, Flacco's still a starter in the league right now. You gonna tell me Flacco's better than Dalton? Maybe. He won a Super Bowl, but that was defense that won that Super Bowl. But he's still a starter in the league somehow. Those veterans have a way of just chipping away at life and making it work, because out of all these quarterbacks that Cleveland's got, who's the starter? Joe Flacco.
Yep.
At 39 years old, 40 years old? I mean, this guy's like outdoing Aaron Rodgers. He might actually play longer than Aaron Rodgers.
Maybe.
I mean, so.
Since we're talking about quarterbacks from other teams, I mean, the Colts still have not figured out their quarterback situation since Colt McCoy. And it's been a complete disaster. They refuse to upgrade their offensive line. and they still haven't upgraded their offensive line, even though there's been offensive linemen out there in free agency. So it's like, Colts, what are you doing? You know, like, it's clear that that is the problem, is your GM, you know, and he's not fixing that team. So now you're back to who now at quarterback again? Like, this is a desperation move for me, for Indianapolis.
Yeah, the Colts, man. I mean, these are the guys that took Anthony Richardson when everybody here wanted Anthony Richardson.
I figured out Anthony Richardson when we were doing the combine, man. The scouts figured this out before anybody else did. They said that during the combine. And we literally watched this dude connect on 0 short and medium passes. You know, meanwhile he's hitting every one of the deep passes. And I'm like,
I don't like to call.
We figured this dude out now. We got the book on him before he's even drafted.
I don't like to call NFL players trash because you made the pros. You did something good. You're never trash if you played. If you had an NFL contract, you're not trash.
Correct. And they're human beings too. You know what I mean?
But I will say, Anthony Richardson is trash. And everybody compared him to Cam Newton 2.0 and this or the other. I said, watch, this dude will be hurt within the first 4 weeks. What happened? Hurt. What happened the next time? Hurt. This guy is garbage. He was garbage. I didn't even like him in college because he played 0 defenses. He never went up against good defense. And when everybody was calling for Anthony Richardson here, I will say I was calling for C.J. Stroud over Bryce. But when everybody was calling for Anthony Richardson, I was like, hell no, dude. This guy's garbage, man. This guy's garbage. And I don't say that a whole lot about players. I don't call players garbage and trash. And Anthony Richardson is terrible. He is garbage. And I said the same thing about Will Levis. Garbage. Those two guys are not good quarterbacks. They can't make it in the pros. I've seen guys like David Klingler way back in the day coming out of Cincinnati. Yeah, I can throw 80 yards down the field. Yeah, well, you can't do it in the pros.
Right.
I don't care how far you can throw the ball.
It's a different animal.
And that's right. And Anthony Richardson is he is trash.
And a lot of these players are starting to learn that too.
Dude,
they can't get away with what they could get away with in college.
That's right. And I don't know what they're doing up there, but
the first thing that they did after they drafted Anthony Richardson, take a wild guess who they drafted after that. It wasn't an offensive lineman. They drafted.
Who they draft?
They drafted Adonai Mitchell. Who did I say to stay away from during that time?
Right.
Because that's all Mitchell. He does is deep receiving. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's all he does. He does 0 short and medium passes. Sure enough, they drafted him. And I said,
run a route.
Sure enough, they drafted him. And I said, yep, that's an AR move.
Yep.
I was like,
and
you gotta be kidding me. Same old Colts, man.
And I've called that about receivers for years too. Like West Coast receivers, especially back in the day.
You had all these good wide receivers on the board, and you choose Adonai Mitchell. Like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it blows my mind. Yeah, they could have stolen one from us. Yeah. And they chose Adonai. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Your GM's an idiot.
They weren't relevant. Yeah, they weren't. They haven't been. The Colts haven't been relevant since they had Phillip Rivers, and when he came in and just played temporarily, and you know, one of the most underrated quarterbacks in history that may not go to the Hall of Fame, but I'm a Carolina fan, but Phillip Rivers was the man. When they brought him in, he was supposed to be there to train a quarterback. When you can't train quarterbacks from Phillip Rivers, then
Andrew Luck was
Phillip
awful.
Rivers. And Andrew Luck actually,
He
do you
was
know
awful.
that yesterday was 6 years to the day that he quit playing football?
Yeah,
It
because
seemed
he saw
a lot longer
that
ago.
the Colts management wasn't going to protect him. He said, "Screw this! I'm going to take my
Dude,
money and run."
he had a lacerated liver. I mean, the dude got killed out there. A lacerated liver.
You
I
literally
mean, he was
murdered
like, "Fuck this!
your
I
quarterback.
quit." Yeah, he said, "The hell with it! I quit, man. I quit."
Good
And
God.
good. He did it for his health and everything.
Right,
And
right.
he was like, "I'm done." And now he is the ambassador for Stanford, basically the new NIL deal. And he handles all the NIL he is the GM of Stanford now. So guess who he brought in? Tremaine. That's his guy that we drafted, an undrafted free agent.
That's crazy.
That's an Andrew Luck thing. He is the GM for Stanford because that's where he went to school, and that's what he does. So Tremaine, I'm telling you, dude, Tremaine's gonna be something, man. I was super high on him, man.
Mm-hmm.
We had all these wide receivers. I hate to see any veterans go.
Yeah.
I get what we're doing, but at the same time, man, we've got Leggett. We don't have a bunch of puss boys out there. We got Xavier Leggett, a cowboy. We got Coker with all the heart in the world. We have Horn Jr., who's got speed, charisma, and that flash.
Yep.
We have, we've got all these receivers, man, and it's like, dude, do we really need a veteran? We got David Moore that's a veteran. And it's like, man, and Tremaine, if we were to let him go, I'm telling you, we showcased him. There's no way we're going to get lucky like we did with Coker, undrafted free agent. We got lucky last year where Coker cleared waivers. We threw him on the practice squad. He came in and he played every single week. And everybody's like, damn, who's this kid? Yeah. Well, Tremaine's not going to do that because he's 6'4", 212 pounds and can catch over the left shoulder, being a righty. And there's no way we're going to let that guy go. We've got the next Julio Jones there. So, I mean, I get it. I hate to see, like, veterans go, but, man, at the same time,
yeah, I get it, too.
This youth
the
core we got, man. I mean, everybody knows our wide receiver core. Even, not to say that I ever respected this guy a whole lot. I respect him more now, but when Chad Ochocinco sitting out there saying, dude, look at this wide receiver core. Dude, you got all this youth out here of all different sizes and shapes and different styles. It's like, dude, you don't have to have 1,000-yard receiver. Everybody can just have 500 yards.
See, Ocho did his homework because he remembers when we had that 15 squad. See, Ocho's got the big brain, man. I like Ocho. Shout out Ocho.
I like Ocho too. He's like a.
I like this dude.
He's like a same version of Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Like if Antonio Brown was not a nutcase, it's Ocho Cinco. Very similar type guys, but this guy's out here like, bro, the Panthers. Boomer Esiason even said, dude, this guy, John Gruden even said, watch this team. This team.
I love John Gruden's breakdown on us. It was so thorough and so good.
Scary. And man, he's so high on Coker. He's high on Leggett. He was
high on Chal Smith-Wade. I was like, nobody's been talking about Chal Smith-Wade except for us.
Yes, we're the only ones, man. I've been high on Wade since we brought him in, man. And
there's maybe one or two other podcasts that have been talking about Chal Smith-Wade that I know of.
Yeah, Smith-Wade, bro, I'm telling you, man, this dude here, when you got a guy that can play nickel, safety, and corner,
right,
and now you brought in Ransom, this year that can play pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it. It's like because Ransom can play corner, he can play nickel, and he can play safety. You're 1 year behind Wade. And Wade was undrafted. Dude, I'm telling you, some of these guys just blows me away. I'm like, how the hell did these guys not get drafted, man? So I love the youth that we got. I mean, I think that we've got so much youth that, hold on.
This is a good transition to the defense too, by the way.
Yeah.
Because we haven't talked about them yet that much.
No. And there's really, we're still trying to.
We got into Lath then. We're talking about Charles Smith Wade right now. You know. But there's other people I want to talk about on this defense too we talked about Caleb Evans, didn't we? That's special teams, right?
Yep.
All right.
And then let's talk about who we brought in today. The cat from Denver that we brought in today off of waiver wire.
Yeah. I was just gonna get into that. Hold up, moves home. Where are those moves? Let's see. And oh yeah, we waived Crumity.
Yeah, and then we brought in who was it? Miller, someone from Denver?
Yeah. We brought in Browns quarterback Damari Mathis, former Chargers wide receiver Delvin Campbell. I see that. Let me see if any of this stuff made the transactions page. It should have. Sometimes they don't update this immediately.
Look up
okay, Trevion Thomas is on practice squad. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's not up yet. Give him 24 hours.
It was announced
Damari
today.
Mathis and Delvin Campbell was the last one off waivers that we got. That's the 27th.
Okay.
So they haven't put it up yet. Give them about 48 hours. They'll have it up.
We brought in a really good player from Denver, and I can't remember his name right offhand without having to stop, which would cut this call off. Just because I'm doing it from my phone.
The one from Denver that you're talking about is Damari Mathis.
Brought in a Chargers wide receiver, and we brought in a defensive back from Denver. The defensive back from Denver, I can't remember his name right now.
Damari Mathis.
Mathis, yeah. That guy right there could almost start, tomorrow.
Plus, he's familiar with Evero's system too.
Correct. They were talking about us trading for him.
Really?
Earlier this week. And he got
we picked him up off
we ended up bringing him in.
Interesting. So we didn't have to move any pieces around. That's beautiful.
Yeah, they were actually talking about we were going to send a trade for him.
Ooh. What do you think he's worth value-wise?
Value-wise, I mean, we would have traded a 6th-round pick for him.
Okay.
And then we ended up getting him off of waivers.
Okay.
They were actually, earlier this week, they were talking about, watch out, the Panthers are going to reignite this guy back with Ijiro. And we ended up getting him. We got him at the same time with like a Chargers player, at the same time, like instantaneously.
Oh.
And I was like, dang. And I saw that this morning. I was like, wow, we got that dude off waivers? They were talking about us trading for him earlier this week.
Delvin Campbell is the guy from the Chargers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which I don't know much about him.
Dalvin has appeared in 43 games, 18 starts. Out of that experience, 11 of the starts came in 2022 with Broncos. When Evero was there. That's Mathis. Okay,
that's Mathis.
So with Campbell, you're talking about he caught 7 passes for 135 yards, 19.3 per reception. Campbell played 3 years at Illinois, 2 in Nevada, before finishing at South Carolina. University of South Carolina in South Carolina, state of South Carolina. Where he caught 12 passes for 312 yards, 26 per reception. 6'4", 205, ran a 4.42 in the 40-yard dash at the Gamecocks Pro Day.
So he is going to be our practice squad receiver to match Tet and Tremont.
Yep.
Yep. So that's where practice squad comes in, and he'll also probably play some special teams.
Mm-hmm.
Special teams is what everybody forgets about. Special teams is a forgotten area.
And it's the most important thing, on a team when you're talking about evaluations.
It's the hidden stats,
any plays
Corey.
On special teams, you're not making a 53-man roster, period.
Right. But
It's
if you
just
can
not
play
happening.
special teams, you have a long career in football, which also gets you to be in a lineup as a 4 or a 5 receiver.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing about David Moore. David Moore is not a flashy receiver. He does enough. He's physical. But when you're a gunner, you're a tough guy. No one's going to stand in the locker room and try to box this guy. He's a gunner. This guy's going to knock your ass down.
Go ahead and explain to everybody what the gunner position is, because I don't think a lot of people know what that is. I know what it is now.
So a gunner position.
It to me. So.
Right, we had that conversation yesterday. So a gunner, you have a left gunner and a right gunner. They're called the headhunters. And these guys go down the field. They're your first enforcers. They come in, they start knocking people out of the way so that other people can make plays. They might not make the plays, they do the dirty work. They're your power forward of special teams, basically. So they're usually a safety, a big corner, a small linebacker, or a big receiver. And big receiver doesn't have to be big in size. It just has to be someone that has speed and knockdown power. Those are your physical guys, and that's what gunners do. Gunners are going to come down. They're going to split the sides or split the middle, depending on what they're running on special teams. And they're making the pathway for other players to make the play. They do the dirty work. They're the heavy hitters, dirty work guys. And they're coming down to attack. And that's what their position is. So if you put it in a video game perspective, say, these are the guys that are front line. So that's why they're called gunners.
For all the people that play Battlefield and stuff like that. Front line.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they do. You have a left gunner and a right gunner.
Mm-hmm.
And when you run gun, you're the headhunter. And if you're on return, then what you do is you're down there to knock out the guys that are going to come in to attack. And you take out the best guys. Mm-hmm. And that's what your job is. Take out their headhunter. So a headhunter is on your gunner is one side, your headhunter's coming back at you. So you take out the headhunter, and then that's what opens up and creates space. If you reverse it on special teams, where you're on defensive side, then you're going down and you are the headhunter. And what you're doing is you're going straight for the ball. Kill the man with the ball. Everybody played that when we were kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kill the man with the ball. So that's your job.
Yep.
Kill the man with the ball. And that's what you do. You go after the ball.
Yep.
So on the offensive side, you are knocking out the headhunter, and on the defensive side, you are the headhunter. And that's what David Moore does. He's a gunner. Mm-hmm. So he plays on the other side. His job is to take out the headhunter. So his job is to prevent you from taking out our returner. And that's what he does.
So a little bit of special teams knowledge for people that don't understand this stuff, you know, or just learning it, you know. That's really interesting. I honestly did not pay enough attention to special teams now, and I'm going to start doing that, you know, from this point forward. Because I personally didn't know what a gunner was until yesterday. So, you know, I'm learning something new too, guys. You know, it's not just you guys. So, hopefully that adds to your repertoire of knowledge. And, you know, we get people from other countries that come in here and ask questions about the game, you know. And, you know, we got kids, you know, just learning the game. So, there you go. There's a little bit of knowledge for you. If you're playing youth football and stuff like that and you don't know what that is. And they haven't taught you that yet. So there you go.
Special teams is a very key.
Yeah. So let's go into this defensive roster here. This is interesting. The usual suspects at defensive end. You know, Derek Brown, Alshon Robinson, Bobby Brown. You expected all three of them. You go into defensive tackle, you know, and we just waived Wanham. No, Crumedy. So honestly, I'm not mad at that move to waive Crumedy because he hasn't been doing that much. His primary job is just run stopping. That's really all he does. So, I'm not surprised to see that move. And Cam Jackson actually beat him out. Let's just be real. Cam Jackson beat him. Plain and simple. They want to carry Deshaun Wharton. They want to carry Cam Jackson at defensive tackle. So it's just two defensive tackles, really. Besides Derek Brown up there. I don't know why they have Derek Brown listed as a defensive end. He's not a defensive end. He's a defensive tackle. So
yeah, they have weird stuff like that. They also have us like Princely listed as an
offensive linebacker. Yeah, but this is a 3-4 defense, so you have to take that into consideration. So maybe these guys are listed as that, but they run a different position. But they're listed as a linebacker because of the 3-4 defense. So that's how I see it. You know, and that's fine.
Yeah. Basically, you're a defensive end, but you're also playing linebacker because you're going to drop back, step back, a two-step drop back, and you're still playing the same type deal.
Right. You got Pat Jones, Princely, Thomas Income. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
You were explaining something?
To me? Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe that is something to do with 3-4 versus a 4-3. because you see that you don't really see us having like defensive ends. You see us have a bunch of inside linebackers.
Correct.
So, and Scourton and Princely, and they have them listed as like backups and second, thirds, or whatever. But these guys are starting, and they're playing more of a defensive end type deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown's listed as a nose tackle.
Correct.
Bobby Brown's not a nose tackle.
Right.
I mean, maybe in a 3-4 he's listed as a nose tackle, but he's not a nose tackle.
They have Bobby as listed as a defensive end.
What do they have him listed as?
Defensive end.
Defensive end. Okay. The other day they didn't have him listed as that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they're switching him around.
Yeah. He.
Some of these guys don't have like permanent spots. I mean, Jeremy Chin was kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
So is Frankie. So
Brown's not even really a defensive end. He can play 2 or 3 positions. Bobby Brown is going to be someone that is going to be fun to watch because he can attack the ball, and he's too small to be considered, a defensive tackle. He's a go-getter. Like, he's coming in and he's attacking like a defensive end type player would be. Yeah. But you're also playing a 3-4, so it's, you don't really. So I can agree with that. Shut up, dog. You don't know what his true position.
And then you got Trevin Wallace, Claudin. Not a surprise there. Christian Bloom, who's been making some real waves in practice squad in training camp the whole month. Bam Martin Scott making some plays too. I'm very pleased to see Bam Martin Scott make this 53.
Chiefs and everything.
Yeah, Bam Martin Scott's he's got some skills. I like him.
Yeah. And dude, you gotta look, man. We've got the pop artists of the years, dude, on defense. We got Michael Jackson, Bobby Brown, and Prince.
Yeah.
Dude, we can set a damn.
These guys are monsters. They are playmakers. They're game changers.
Yeah.
As
and they're all,
Cam
they're all
Newton
named,
likes to say,
they're all named after famous pop singers.
That's crazy.
Come on, man. We got Bobby Brown,
exactly
Michael
right.
Jackson, and Prince. Come on, man.
I didn't even notice that until you just pointed that out. That's wild.
Yeah, dude. We got one guy, cool. Man. We got Bobby Brown, Prince, and Michael Jackson, man. Let's be real here.
we gotta do something with that social media wise. That's crazy, dude. Somebody get on that.
We got the kings of pops, man. I mean, come on.
Somebody do something with that on social media, please, because that's amazing. That's a real opportunity right there.
That is. We need to make shirts right there, man.
Right. That needs to be like a GIF or something.
For sure. I mean, dang.
Man.
We could definitely do something with that because that's
like some AI
really
picture
cool.
or something.
I mean, and Bobby Brown, man, I'm telling you, everybody's high on this guy.
Absolutely.
We really struck gold, I think, with this guy. Princely in the draft. We know we got Mike Jacks, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, dang.
Yeah.
We got Mike Jacks for basically free.
That was the most beautiful trade ever.
Dude, let's think about it.
Oh, my God. You want to talk about a team getting fleeced under Dan. That's a team getting fleeced.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we got a ransom off of Mingo.
We got Mike Jack for a ham sandwich and some chips. from Subway.
Dude, we got Mike Jacks for
That is
Barrett.
incredible.
I mean, come on, dude. Barrett, a 7th round draft. Dude, Barrett was garbage, man.
Barrett
I mean,
was
I don't even know.
garbage. I
That
thought
was,
there was something there when we scouted him, you know, and I thought there might have been some hidden talent there, but nah, we couldn't get it out of him. You know, he had plenty of time to do something in training camp, and it just didn't happen. So we're just like, you know what? Let's see what we can get.
Yeah. And then getting that guy
Perfect
for... Dude, Mike Jacks turned out to be one of the best pickups ever because, I mean, we got a number 1 out of him.
Mm-hmm.
If he's on a different team, he's a number 1.
Oh, no question.
He's a number
No
2 because
question.
he's playing on the opposite side of
J.C. Horn. If we didn't have
J.C.
J.C. Horn, he
Horn.
would be number 1 easily.
He's a number 1, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and sometimes he does better plays than J.C. Horn. They're two different type
Occasionally.
styles.
Yeah.
Mike Jacks is a little bit different style, man.
Mm-hmm.
He JC covers more and still hits. He covers a little better and he does stuff like that. But Mike Jacks is like a zone guy that'll just knock your freaking head off. And that's what you want as the number 2. Because he'll come in and he'll hit you like a damn Mike Minner safety style.
Like a freight
in a
train,
heartbeat.
dude. Like,
Yeah,
it's
dude.
nasty. Some of the
Like
hits I saw.
he enjoys
I was like, good
knocking
Lord.
your ass off, dude. Yeah. Mike Jacks, and man, and the thing about it is him playing with Horn, he's learning more of the cover down, which is something that he was weak on when we got him. Dude, he was our Greg Olson. Like, seriously.
Absolutely.
Mike Jacks is he's our
Absolutely.
Greg Olson on defense as far as trades went.
By the way, since we're mentioning Greg Olson, Bears fans like to think, oh, well, we fleeced you. Yeah, did you all forget about Greg Olson?
That's right.
Did y'all forget about Greg Olson that quickly? And look where your record is. So I don't want to hear anything from Bears fans for the rest of the year.
The Bears ended up with so many draft picks from us and did absolutely nothing with them.
The GM doesn't know what he's doing.
Them. Did nothing with them. And we got Greg Olson for what, a 4th round pick or something?
That was, God almighty. You want to talk about fleeced royally?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's
one of the
fleeced.
best. I mean, Greg Olson ranks up there with like Jason Witten when it comes to
that's like Robbie
tight
Fort
end.
Knox right there.
Yeah, I mean, a
From
guy
the
that can
Bears.
block and catch and do everything.
I knew what
Make
Greg was up to
downfield.
before he even came here. And I was just like, there's no way that we just
Dude,
pulled
we made that
crap
trade for
off.
Greg Olson.
Dude,
that was the
I
thing.
freaking lost it. I was like, there's no way we just did this.
That was the best trade Marty Herney ever made, right
Absolutely. Absolutely, by a mile and a half. I don't know how
Yes.
the heck he managed to pull that off because some of the rest of the trades he made
there.
were awful.
A 4th round pick for Greg Olson that turned out to be in basically a legend here
Bro,
next to Wesley Walls. I mean, you
I
got to
gave him
think Greg
credit.
Olson.
He knew how to spot
Greg
that
Olson-
kind of talent.
Greg Olson had better career stats than Jason Witten.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's saying something, bro.
And now he's one of the
I mean-
best broadcasters out there. On top of
Mhm.
that, he's not even done yet.
No.
This dude's
He's not even
retired and
done.
he's still making history.
Hmm.
Like, are you kidding?
Yeah,
me?
to the point where national media, national people are
Within
saying,
1 year.
how did Tom Brady take your job as a
Because he's Tom
commentator?
freaking Brady. That's how.
So what does Olson do? Olson takes his job back because everybody's like saying y'all are morons. And he didn't have to say anything. So Olson took his job back. I mean, Olsen's one of the he is very, very, very good at seeing the game, reading the game. And you know what? He doesn't brag about how many rings he has. He doesn't brag about what he did, like
how many Pro Bowls he's made. Yeah.
right. Yeah.
How much
He
money
goes out
he's
there and he
made,
calls
any
the
of that.
game. Mm-hmm. And you know what he does too? He lives in Charlotte, and he coaches a little league baseball team that made it to the almost made it to the Little League World Series. You know he coaches Lake
That's off
Norman
to you, Greg.
that almost made it to
That's
the Little League
incredible,
World
dude.
Series.
That's incredible.
And yeah, and that's what he does in his spare
Man.
time. The dude's awesome. And his kid almost died of a heart condition.
Oh, man.
And he raises all this money. I mean, Greg Olsen is one of the best guys ever, man.
Man.
And lives in Charlotte. Lives like 30 minutes from me. I know people that
freaking
know
love that
him.
Dude, man.
Just a great guy.
Oh,
Fantastic stand-up guy. Yep.
Yeah, Greg, if you're somehow watching this stream, I would love to interview you, bro. You or anybody from that 2015 squad, come on down. I would love to talk to you. You know, and hear stories and everything else. Because, God, that would be amazing. I can't even begin to tell you how much I want that. As a Panthers
I can
YouTuber.
I can reach out and make a couple phone calls for Greg.
I don't know that he would have that kind of time, would he?
He wouldn't, but I could actually maybe get him involved slightly. But it would take a little bit of work. But I know people that know Greg. I know people that their kids play for him in baseball. He's a big baseball guy. He don't even coach football. The dude coaches baseball.
Oh man.
He's that guy.
I think I got his autograph one time too.
I mean, that's why I was, we were talking about that yesterday. How many people stay here in Charlotte? Whether it was Reggie White, Sam Mills, Steve Smith,
yes,
Greg Olsen. They all still own homes here in Charlotte.
There's something about Charlotte, man. I'm telling you. There's something in the water.
It is. It's a great place to live. I live here. And you're 3 hours from the beach, an hour and a half from the mountains. And
telling you, every time I go up there, I never want to leave. Less and less.
It's awesome. Yeah. It's awesome, man. Well, man, it is 11:30. I have to call it because I have to get up in 5.5, 6 hours. But, man, I am looking forward to the season. Absolutely. With or without Thielen, with or without Renfro.
Yeah.
I think we've made the right moves. I think we have a ton of wide receivers. Yeah. And that's a good problem to have. Is we have a lot of wide receivers. I still am not changing my outlook on this year. I think, 7 is the bottom. 7's the floor, 10's the ceiling. I'm calling 8 wins.
So am I.
I think that's fair. And I think next year is the big year where I expect 9, 10, 11. But yeah, it's been fun. This is a fun team. I like what's happened. Business is business. And we got a lot of cap money all of a sudden too. So I'm enjoying that. And like I said, man, end of the day, I hate to see Thielen go, but at the same time, the guy played a third of the season last year, and we just freed up another $7.2 million. So in 1 week, we have gained $21 million in cap on top of what we already had.
Yep.
That all rolls over. And we still have a
Yep.
chance to sign Renfro.
Yep.
If he wants to play. And, you know, that's up to him. I think it's a health thing right now because he's not going anywhere but us.
Yeah.
So, I think that's just a beneficie. And he's not going to cost us but maybe $6 million max to come in, which is nothing in the NFL.
Right.
So,
right.
I think overall, man, I look at the roster and I like it. I like the moves we made. I don't agree with some, but I don't get paid to make those decisions. So,
right.
You know, keep pounding and let's go. And I'm ready for the season to start because I can't wait.
Same.
Now we can go into practice right now and know what we have. And now it's time to work, and it's time for Bryce and all these guys and Dave to make this, you know, a successful season and shock the world because no one gives us any shit. They don't give us any credit. So
right. It's time to remind them who we are.
And we are in the NFC South. So a lot of us are saying we're going to finish in the
butthole of the NFL.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm looking forward to it. I've got a fantasy football draft next Tuesday and one next Wednesday, and
I've got one on the 31st. You know what? We're gonna do a stream on the 31st and do the fantasy football draft then. Not for our league, but for the other one that I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in too. So when was ours?
Ours, we're still trying to figure that out. We're still trying to get that settled.
Just do it like.
Yeah, is there anybody that needs to get kicked out or that's not playing this year?
I'm in. Just let me know. I mean, I work. If it's going to be in the week, then we need to do it like 8:00 at night.
That works
it's a
for
weekend.
me.
I just need to know.
Yeah, that works for me.
But the game starts soon. We're coming up quick.
Oh, I know. We've got a week before all that happens. So it'll be hopefully next week I'll be settling all that. I gotta check my calendar.
First game's
I'll
next
let you know.
Thursday.
Yeah. Is it? We don't have a Thursday game. Our games are Sundays. Our first game is 7th. Yeah, our first game's 7th. Yeah.
Season's coming. It's creeping up quick.
So, I mean, I can get that done before the 7th. Shouldn't be a problem. And have that scheduled
I think
for us.
The first game's what? A Thursday night?
No, it's on the 7th.
Okay, well...
That's a Sunday.
Let's see, Alright, so we just need to do it so I've got one Tuesday and one Wednesday.
Okay.
Of next week.
Right. All right.
At 8 on night.
I'd like to be able to stream it too, so I'm thinking maybe the 4th.
Which is what, Sunday?
That would be a Thursday.
Hold on.
I'm thinking
what's today? 27th?
I'm thinking next Thursday is the target. Whoever's not in is not in. Whoever's in is we're playing with them by the 4th.
Nah,
if we don't get
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm opening it up probably Monday once I get all this settled.
Okay.
Yeah, to the public.
What's the first game is
Is on the 7th.
on the 7th. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And that's a 1:00 game, by the way. Cardinals game is at 4 the following week.
Say,
Just FYI to everybody. So you don't come up here at 1:00 on the 14th and think there's a game. No, it's 4:00. So it'll give me enough time to maybe jump in there and do a little bit of early streaming before the game starts. So we'll see.
well, just let me know, bro.
All right, we'll do.
All right. I'm going to end it with, I hope we build enough on special teams.
Sounds good, man.
So I hope we got enough special teams and we got our return guys figured out, because I think that's the only thing we don't know right now is return guys. But
Right.
I think they already know. We already know. And I think that's our only weakness is just return game.
Right.
But I think with who we brought in, free agency, and with Horn and with Etienne, I think we'll be fine. So, cool. Well, I am going to call it a night because it is 11:37. I got to get up at 6. So,
Yeah, man. Get you some sleep, man. Thanks for coming by.
for sure, bro. No, thank you, bud. And we will chat mañana.
Absolutely.
Hi, buddy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Chad coming by from the team chat, my team chat, and he's a good guy, man. I love this dude, man. We get into some good conversations and good topics. But I think looking back at the rest of this defense, you've got DJ Wanham, Nick Scorton, DJ Johnson. And a lot of people have been asking, why is DJ Johnson still on this roster? The same reason that was already stated is special teams. So, there you go. Corey Thornton did win the third corner spot job. And I'm assuming Caleb Evans won the fourth one. Now, why Evans won the fourth one, I don't know. Because, yes, you want him to be special teams, but you want somebody that can play corner in that fourth spot, too. You know, we got him off waivers, but I haven't heard heads or tails of this dude other than the fact that he can tackle. You know, because he got 5 total tackles, 4 of them solo throughout the whole preseason. So he's just doing special teams and can tackle. I mean, I don't know. Is that the job requirement for number 4 corner now? Is just being able to do that? Because last time I checked, you should be able to pass block too. And this dude doesn't have a single pass block in 3 games. That's my concern there. Shamar does. Now, if you're talking about special teams conversation, let's put this in perspective. Has Shamar done anything on special teams? Where is the evaluation there between him and a Caleb? If a Caleb won that battle on special teams, then a Caleb gets the fourth job. Because Shamar showed in the last 2 weeks, this dude is struggling with closing speed. He is struggling with knowing where he's supposed to be at, you know, in the Jaros defense. So, it really, there's no real comparison unless you're talking about special teams. So, in that instance, with that argument, I could see where a Caleb would win. However, it's really questionable for me. Because, see, we don't know how to evaluate special teams that much. I mean, somebody out here probably does, but I don't. So I couldn't tell you. Unless you're talking about Gunner and the anti-Gunner role. So, which we just learned about today. So, I've heard of the Gunner role before, but I just didn't know what it was. You know. So I learned something new today. You know, we're all learning something new today. You know, don't feel bad if you're learning something new today. You know, it's a part of life, you're learning. This is an awesome thing. So, life is the teacher. We're always the student. You know? Trying to figure it out. You know, so don't ever feel embarrassed or upset that you're learning something new. No. That's just how life works. You know? So, and this game of football is always teaching me something new. And I think it's beautiful that it's always teaching me something new. And it's always keeping me humble. And keeping me, you know, from being like, oh yeah, I know everything. No. I will never say that. You will never ever hear me say that. Because the day that I say that I know everything about football is the day that I get humbled. Every single time. So, Trayvon Moehrig, that's the safety spot. Damani Richardson has earned it. Nick Scott, because of his prior special teams history and what he's done for us, has earned that spot. But I think Lathan will be fighting for that spot and will win it eventually. If Nick Scott doesn't start getting it together and really put his foot down, you know, and lock up that spot. Because that Pittsburgh game, you know, I'm not going to hold that against him, but because everybody has a really bad day. It does happen as a player. You know, so I'm not holding it against him, but I will say that he did look real bad out there. And with Lathan, you know, creeping up on him on that roster spot, don't be surprised if you see Lathan take that spot from him at some point this year. Don't be surprised. If Nick Scott should have another bad couple of games at any point, do not be shocked if Lathan takes that spot from him. I'm just saying it now. I'm warning y'all right now. Just so you know. Don't shoot the messenger when it happens. All you Nick Scott lovers, don't be surprised. But I'm hoping it doesn't. Because I do like Nick Scott. I do think he's a solid guy. However, I love Lathan as well. But Lathan needs some time to develop and learn behind a pro and get his game right. You know what I mean? At safety. At the pro level. So, it does take a little time. But he'll have that time behind Nick Scott. So. Kick return. And punt return, Rico. And David Moore. Now, Rico at kick return, I agree with. But here's the question. Here's the thing. David Moore has to impress me at punt return. As of right now, we haven't seen him at punt return because Trevor Etienne's been getting it, Jimmy Horn's been getting it. But David Moore was not returning punts. So, now we're testing him out there. We should have been testing him out during the first preseason game. But instead, we're doing it now. Now, Rico, I do agree with a kick return because he does have the speed and he does have this physicality. Now, what is it about the fact that we let one of the top kick returners go in favor of Rico? Because here's where I really wanted to have the debate with Chad. The running back position has changed. It's evolved. You're not just running it laterally straight up the middle anymore. You know, that's power football. That's not what people do anymore. You know, that might have been a thing back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Now, you know, you got people running sweeps. That was the next evolution of it. Now you got, in 2000, you got wide running backs that can catch screens and do things of that nature. Now you've got running backs actually running routes in 2025 and catching the ball and doing different blocking schemes. So, let's be real. The running back position has evolved. So my issue with Blackshear, and this is why we cut him, is because he cannot run draw plays or ISOs against 4 or 5 people in the box. I want to say a little bit more than 4 or 5 people, because most of the time that's excuse me, what we were running against. I've said this a few times on stream, but I'll say it again. Blackshear was 190 pounds versus 280 pound freight trains, okay, on the D-line. You're not getting past that. He's not built for that. So I don't know why we were trying to ram a 190 pound Blackshear that is basically a skeleton against a freight train. Several times. Boom, 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 boom. Straight into that brick wall. And you got nothing out of it. What were you expecting? Did you expect him to turn into Derrick Henry or Jonathan Stewart? Like, he's not that player. He's not that type of running back. He's not a power runner. He's a guy that can go outside, catch the ball, screen plays, catch the ball on routes, you know, as a running back / wide receiver in slot situations. That's who he is. So for anybody that's pissed off at the fact that we let go of Blackshear, that's why. Okay? Because we were not using him correctly. But here's where I've got a problem with this cut, is for different reasons than you guys do. Is because he was one of the top 10 kick returners in the league. And you're replacing that with Rico. I'm going to have to push back on that. Because I don't like that. Has Rico ever done kick return? That's my question. Has he ever done kick return? Okay, barely. See, this is what I'm talking about. He had 86 yards in 2023 on kick return. 86 yards, that's it. 2 20-plus yard runs. His longest was 31. Did not even have any kick returns in 2022. Nothing in 24. And his best kick return year before they changed the kickoff rules was 4 returns for 152 yards. You know, where he went 4 times 20 plus yards, 1 time 40 plus yards. But see, the kicking the kicking format has changed. So this is his new number set right here. That's his number set. That's what we're evaluating on. So you weigh that against everybody that's been doing the new kicking rules in the league, and you say, okay, does this match up to what we need at kick return? After we just got rid of one of the top 10 kick returners in the league. And to me, the answer is no. But it's not just about the kick returning with Blackshear. He has to be a running back as well. That's why we ran into a problem with Blackshear. And that's why you saw a lot of those reps go to Trevor Etienne, because we were trying to figure out, can Trevor Etienne do both? Kick return and running back. Can he do what Blackshear was doing? And Rico got a bunch of those carries as well. So we're trying to figure out, okay, can Rico do these things as well? So that's the evaluation process there. And it makes sense. But being the fact that Rico has only this limited amount of history right here in blue for 2023, that's where I don't like this move. Because if there was a way to save Blackshear and keep him here for the kick return yards with the new format, I would definitely do it. The problem is, you try to run him up the middle like an animal. Like he's Derrick Henry or something. So if you had evaluated Blackshear properly, like say we threw him out there for a screen and a couple of these little dump off passes, to the outside, and let him run after the catch. Once he builds momentum, he can succeed. There's the problem. If he doesn't build momentum, he gets stopped. He's no better than Lynch Adams at that point, who can dance around, he can jump around and do all this fancy stuff back there breaking tackles, but once he gets cornered, that's it. But if you run Blackshear laterally and he runs into a double coverage, set that's trying to stop him, and he's got that momentum, he's going to push with that momentum and get about three or 4 yards. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't do that with Blackshear with a draw play, because he doesn't have that time to build up the momentum. And some would argue, okay, put him in the gun, see if he can do it that way. Nope. Still not enough. We tried that. And that was part of the experimental process, during preseason year, was to see if that would work. And it didn't work. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Trevor Etienne won that job based on that, which frustrates me a little bit, but, you know, it is what it is. If they had experimented with Blackshear on the outside, giving us dump off passes a little bit more, you know, create another job for this dude rather than running it up the middle. You know, picking up blitzes like a typical running back. Maybe we might have found a spot for him. But since we didn't have that, you know, we weren't creative enough with that. And we were running bare bones skeleton plays. Brad Isaac. You know, there was no way to evaluate that properly during the Texans game. Which really, really pissed me off and frustrated me because this is a waste of talent here. You know, this is a waste of an opportunity to properly evaluate somebody that's been here for 3 or 4 years in the right way. Now, I understand nobody's thought of putting him on the outside and doing screens and all that stuff with him. Nobody's thought of that. You know, that's fine. But to ram him up the middle 11 times up the middle and barely get anything, and you're still doing it, time after time after time after time, and trying to turn him into Derrick Henry, it's not going to work. I'm sorry, it's just not. He's 190 pounds. He cannot go through 280 pounds of pure muscle without momentum. It's not going to happen. Okay, let me put it to you this way. Think about it. If you were trying to run against Luke Kuechly, and everybody knows how big Luke Kuechly is, right? And Thomas Davis back in their prime. Try running laterally against that up the middle on a draw play. Good luck. That's what I'm saying to you. These running backs back in Luke Kuechly's day were even smaller than Blackshear was. You know, at second string, third string, fourth string. Good luck with that. You're going to get absolutely demolished. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Is Blackshear is 190 pounds. You're not going to do it. No. And you want... And so Rico is 215. 215 pounds. He's from South Carolina. Not that that really matters. But 215 pounds, 5'11". You know, been in the league for 6 years. If this man can't even get 86 kick return yards... But see, he's got the opposite problem. He can run. He's a running back. That's what he does. He's a power back. He gets touchdowns. And see, that's why Rico wins. It's because he gets touchdowns. Look at that average. 6.4, 8.5. That's why he won the job. So for anybody that's wondering why Rico won that job over Blackshear and Blackshear got cut, that's why. So it's essentially these numbers right here in 23 and 24 versus Blackshear's kick return yards for the last 3 years. Which one is more valuable? And the management seemed to think the same way. You know, they thought, okay, then it comes down to money. You know, and we had the opportunity to move Blackshear without incurring a bunch of dead cap. So, realistically, the move was pretty clear. When you put all of those pieces together and put it into one gigantic puzzle. But if you look at them separately, Blackshear wins on kick returns, you know. Rico wins on running back yards. So it's you have to put them together. in order to make the proper comparison, make the proper decision. You know, as a GM, as a head coach. So I get that. You know, he had 20 plus run cut plays, you know. 13 first downs last year is Rico. I get it. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at the decision at all. I understand what he's trying to do there. I understand why he did it. Yeah, it's just we've got to find a way to make up the difference in kick return. Somehow. Because 86 is not going to cut it. 86 is not going to cut it there. So, I don't know what you got in mind, Dan, but we're going to figure something out. And it better not be David Moore. So, I don't know what you've got in mind, but we'll see how that rolls. But yeah, there's your 53-man roster breakdown. For those wondering, James Mitchell, special teamer. DJ Johnson, special teamer. Caleb Evans, special teamer. You know, and Quaden, special teamer. Bam Martin Scott, special teamer. So for anyone wondering, like, if there's some weird name on here that doesn't make sense, probably a special teamer. To be fair, I'm happy with what we've done so far. All of these moves are on schedule. They're exactly what I expected to happen. As far as the Adam Thielen trade, I don't have a problem with the trade itself. It's the picks and the value. That's where I got pissed off and frustrated this morning. Because I was like, there's no way that you're going to send this dude with a 6th and 7th for a 5th this year and a 4th next year. Because when you balance those values out, it equals a 6th. Pick-wise. That's the difference. Think about it. And then you look at this whole contract deal with it. And then you say, okay, does this up his value? Does it down his value? What does it do? Unfortunately, it does up his value a little. But is it enough? I don't think so. It's nowhere near enough. I'm sorry, no. I like $7 million, for Adam Thielen. As far as our cap space. But look at it this way. Would you rather spend $7 million on Adam Thielen, secure your wide receiver room, get rid of who is it? Bryson. Yeah, get rid of Bryson. Get rid of Hunter Renfrow and secure your wide receiver room. With McMillan, Koger, 2, 3, 4, with David Moore. 5. 5 wide receivers. Plus Adam Thielen is 6. There's your 6 wide receivers. We're still sitting at what, $18 million if we don't get the $7 million back Shoot. You think I care about that? And that's taking the David Moore stuff out of the equation that I was talking about earlier. You know, now that Chad has kind of cleared that up with David Moore, now it makes more sense why he made the roster. Okay, I'm cool with that. Okay, so let's take my garbage conversation about David Moore out of the equation. Let's say he stays, right? So let's say we paid Adam Thielen the $7 million, right? That's still $18 million we could still do a lot with. You know, but with Bryce's contract, you know, extension coming up, he's got a point. And that's the deciding factor. I think that really pushed this and tipped the scales. While I'm not thrilled with it, that is what's tipped the scales. You know, it's business. I'm not thrilled with it at all, value-wise, at all. It pissed me off, to be honest with you. It did. It pissed me off. Because if you're not thinking of it from a business perspective, okay, and you're thinking purely emotional with this, based on skills, which I know a lot of people have that type of view set on this. So, I'm playing devil's advocate to you guys, alright? Because a lot more people have that type of mindset and that type of view set, rather than the people that are more analytical like us. You know, that for those of us that are, like myself, you know, let's play devil's advocate here. You know, the people that are saying, you know, Hunter Renfrow is better than David Moore. You know, skill set. I agree. Yeah. And then you got the people that are like, oh, Hunter Renfrow's got his ego hurt and blah, 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 blah. No, he didn't have his ego hurt. Come on. Now you're just creating false narratives. But if you really take a look at this in an emotional sense, and you say, okay, you're trusting the fact that we have 4 really good wide receivers, and then David Moore, a guy that stops on his routes. This is before today's conversation. Now. A guy that stops on his routes, you know, gets lazy out there, stopping on his routes. And you're like, okay, we want him gone, right? Bryson can go too. You know, he's garbage. Let's get Renfrow back. You know, because we have some special love for Renfrow. You know, that's when you start to insert that Clemson bias of saying, you know, if you really like a Clemson wide receiver, and you say, yeah, I'm obsessed with Renfrow. I want him in here. You know. Whereas you can take that out of the equation as well and say, well, Renfrow is an injured player. He's had a bad history with his health. So you're trusting David Moore, a guy that stops on his routes, Hunter Renfrow that has an injury history, and an unproven Bryson Tremaine, unproven, undrafted rookie, right? Plus the guy that we just signed, which I forget his name now. The point is, you're trusting that for $7 million versus Adam Thielen? That's the emotional side of the conversation. And that's if you take out the Clemson bias. Okay? If you're putting the Clemson bias in, and you see that we just signed a South Carolina Gamecock wide receiver, the Clemson fans are going to go ballistic over this. Like, not myself, but the legitimate Clemson fans out there would go ballistic over this in TigerNet and places around the internet. They would absolutely go ballistic. You just trusted another South Carolina guy over a Clemson guy. You know, that would... the ego would come into play. I'm telling you. But that's operating on feelings, you know, and how you feel about these players, you know, and based on skills that you saw on the field, which a lot of people operate that way. That's the way they think, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But when you start analytically looking at this from a money perspective, because that's the other half of this, you've got to put the other half with the rest of this. That's where you're going wrong, you know. With all due respect to the people that operate that way and think that way, the other half does matter too. So what Chad explained to us today makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Why we made these moves. And that's exactly why I specifically asked for him, because he's a contract person and he understands this stuff better than everybody else in my team chat. So I wanted him to explain these money moves to us, you know, because that's where we really start to understand the other half of this. And stop just relying on feelings. You know, totally to tell us, oh yeah, this player should be here, this player shouldn't be here. You know, you got to look at all of it together. Together. In order to fully understand this roster. So, I'm really happy he came in here, you know, and he explained all this stuff. Because some of this stuff was food for thought for me, too, because I learned some new stuff, too. I'm like, y'all, there's a lot of that stuff in the finance area I don't even deal with. You know, that's not my cup of tea. But he understands that contract stuff, he understands the money stuff, and that's why we put him in here. Because I thought it was a great way for everybody to learn more about this stuff. You know, if you could follow it. Right? And let's be honest, a good chunk of us can follow it. Some of us can't. And that's okay. If you are not able to follow it, I completely understand. You know, there's a lot about this game that a lot of people that are first coming into this game don't know about. You know, it's a lot more complicated than just, oh yeah, this player threw to this player, you know, touchdown, you know. You know, the basic bare bones skeleton stuff. There's so much more to this game. And if people are really, really that interested and passionate about it, dive on in, man. Because it is fascinating. You know, the more you dive in, the more you'll love it. You know, if you're an analytics person. If you're not an analytics person, yeah, you're going to hate it. I'm just being frank with you. I'm being frank with you. I'm being real with y'all. Because it's not for everybody. And I get it. You know? Yeah, the contracts area, I don't deal with that at all. That's not my area. At all. I don't deal with that. Because there's so much involved with that. That's a whole nother can of worms in and of itself. That's an area I don't even deal with. So, based on my vast knowledge that I've got right now, and I'm still learning a lot, by the way. I just learned more about the gunner position today, for example. There's always something new to learn. This game always has something new to teach us. Whether you're learning bare bones or whether you're experienced like me, you're always going to get humbled by this game. And that's what's beautiful about it. It is magical. It's a wonderful thing. So, but yeah, I think we made the right moves. I'm pleased with it. The biggest thing about this 5th rounder next year and the 4th rounder next year after that, I agree with Chad about that. I wish we could have had the 4th rounder this year. Because we're going to year 3. And year 3 becomes critical as far as roster building. You have to fill in the last of these gaps to where your team is solid. It has a solid foundation. Now it's got a solid windows if you're building a house, right? You got the housing, you got the plumbing, you got electrical, you got all that stuff in year 2, right? Now, here comes the rest of it in year 3. And in year 4, you finish it. And it looks beautiful, right? That's the process. So, when we're going through this, we have to keep that in mind. So, here's who we waived and terminated in order to do this. And those moves started 3 days ago, by the way. We know who won the kicking job. It's Fitzgerald. We know who won the quarterback job now because we just signed the guy from the University of Tennessee, Hooker. Jack Palmer's gone. We'll never see him again. Bryce Perkins, we may see Bryce Perkins again. Who knows? Running back Imani Bailey, Tyron Lynch-Adams. Like I said, Lynch-Adams you can only do so much with. He can dance around and move around, but if you can't run laterally, you're done. Same thing with Blackshear. If you can't run laterally, you're done. As a running back. It's just how it is. If you get swamped, you're done. Kobe Hudson, Camp Gotti. Jacoby George, Camp Body. JT Luther, Camp Body. Dominic Dafty led the wide receivers in the Pittsburgh game with 2 catches, but that wasn't much. Camp Body. And that really shows you how bad the wide receivers were in the Pittsburgh game. When Daphne, a guy that just got cut, only has 2 to 3 catches and he's out. Yikes. 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 And he's a tight end. Oof. Steven Wasoya. I mean, we saw that one coming. I mean, Luke Condra saw that coming. I was hoping one of these two would be a winner, and help us out. But no could do. J.J. Weaver, not a surprise. Windman was the surprise to me. Now, Windman was making plays. I did not expect Windman to get cut. I'm not upset by it. But I'm surprised. Big difference. So for anybody that thinks, they're expecting me to go off and go on a raging tangent about Windman. Nah. I'm not going to do that. Broughton, you saw that coming. Mello, you saw that coming. Come on. Trey Swilling, I was expecting to be on practice squad. I thought maybe, just maybe, Trey Swilling might make it squad. So let me see this squad list again. Hold up. Let's see what corner actually did make it. Because I know we had 2, I think. No, we just had the 1. Yeah, we had 2. Mike Reed. So then it really became about who was better, Trey or Mike Reed. And they chose Mike Reed. Which I honestly thought Trey was better. But that's my opinion. Based on what limited knowledge and stuff that I saw. Versus what these coaches see every day during training camp. Who has the veteran know-how? Dave and Dan. Who's been seeing these guys every day? Dave and Dan. Versus a guy that's only seen preseason games and whatever is put out there on the internet for us to look at. So, plus Dan and Dave have a lot of knowledge on this stuff and have been virtually correct on pretty much all of it. So, yeah, I'm going to trust the coaching staff on this one. If they think Mike Reed is better, fair enough. I am not going to dispute that. But Mello was worse than both of them. To be honest, Mello was, he didn't do anything. Broughton would have been in the conversation too, in my opinion. Because Broughton started to really make a few plays, at the end. But it was too little too late. Jack Henderson, Isaac Gifford. Not a surprise on either one of those. And then we extended Taylor Moton through 2027, which I agreed with that move. And then we put Tyler Mayberry on IR. Now here's the crazy move. We went after Chris Barnes, and we waived Namara. Now, for those that remember, you may or may not remember, I was talking about Namara. He had that same type of hair and that same type of hitting power that Troy Polamalu had. At safety. But he was a linebacker. He showed flashes of it. And I was like, if we can train and develop that, imagine what we could do with that. That's disgusting. Because Troy Polamalu as a safety was so fast. He was within an arm's length of the ball every time it was snapped. Wherever that ball carrier was that was making the final plays, he was there. That's how quick this dude was. And I'm talking completely other side of the field. Fast. But you got that same type of hitting mentality from Nomura. You know, so put that into perspective. Troy Polamalu had 3 NFL rules put into place just because of him, at least. At least 3. Because of how nasty of a hitter Troy Polamalu was. And how dirty of a player he was out there. He played the game clean. You know, he wasn't getting flagged or anything like that, really. But he was just such an aggressive player that it caused the league to say, you know, maybe we shouldn't allow him to do a couple of those things. Because it could hurt some people. So, I mean, there you go. That's Troy Polamalu's legacy. Now, you put that in the form of a linebacker. A watered-down Troy Polamalu as a linebacker. With a different kind of personality than Troy had. Because I don't know Nomura's personality. But you have Nomura. You see what I'm getting at, folks. If you train that up, that could be deadly on a defense. I'm just telling you now. Memorize that last name because you're going to hear it again. If a coach knows what he's doing with him. If they don't know what he's doing with him, he's going to waste his career. Somewhere where he should not be. Which I would be very disappointed with. Because that type of talent only comes around once in a blue moon. Especially on defense. And just think, we had Luke Hiku, we had Thomas Davis, we had 2 of those monsters on our defense. Fully trained up. In our own system. You put Nomura in a good system that will train him up. God forbid Pittsburgh gets him. They're going to have Troy Polamalu 2.0 at linebacker. Oh, God. That's all I'm saying right now. That's all I'm saying. Don't shoot the messenger when it happens. Okay? Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just calling it out before it ever happens. Now, see, at the end of July, you know, we got rid of Dan Chesney. We signed Jasim Reed. Didn't impress me either way. You know, so it's a lot of these moves here. We waived Ethan Gabbers to get Trace Willing. You know, so I don't think the Josie Jewell move surprised anybody either. Josie Jewell's had long enough, you know, to do something. So, Kenny Dyson's been here forever. Come on. Hadn't done anything. So we're getting rid of the last of the Scott Fitterer people. Which is good. That we're sitting on our roster just collecting dust. You know, collecting tackles. I call it collecting dust. So you don't. These guys never see like prime times, you know, and they never get any type of video reference or anything like that because they're just them. You know, it's like Shy Tuttle. You know, nobody. Who the heck outside of Carolina knows who Shy Tuttle is? Nobody. That's why he's in Tennessee right now. And Tennessee must be desperate if they went after Shy. Because this dude is below average. At best. You know, skill-wise. I love you as a person, Shy, but you were definitely below average skill-wise. I'm just calling it like I see it. You know, no disrespect to you, Shy. But that's what you are. You know, and once you establish that identity, that's pretty much it. Unless you improve on it. Or decline it. On it. So, I just call things like I see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm straight to the point. I shoot from the hip. That's just how it is. Some people like that approach, some people don't. And I respect it if you don't. You know? So here's the second wave of cuts here. Jasheem Reed, Pierce, Kingston, Walton. Kingston actually made it to the practice squad. Tarquin. Jared Harrison Hunter. Harrison Hunter was Sam Roberts. Mwanza. Shamara, who made it to the practice squad as he should. Michael Reed, who made it to the practice squad as he should. Travion Thomas as well, who made it to the squad as he should. Now, we waived injured Ja'Chari Carter. We reached an injury settlement with Blackshear. Now, I don't know what that injury was, but here's the thing. That was the tipping point on Blackshear. That was the absolute tipping point. Once he got that injury, that was it. He was cooked. He was cooked, he was baked, he was done. You know, pack your bags and leave in Charlotte. Sorry. Released Hunter Renfro, obviously. Shy Tuttle, Boogie, Chris Barnes, and Radigan. Radigan doesn't surprise me. Radigan was... he was moving his way up during that Pittsburgh game, but that was about it. Chris Barnes made practice squad. Boogie was garbage. Boogie did nothing. Skill-wise, garbage. As a person, probably awesome. You know, just making that clear. As a person, probably awesome. I don't know. I've never met the man. So I don't want to assume. But pretty much every person we sign and put through these camps are pretty awesome people. I haven't seen anyone that isn't so far. You know, I've watched the pressers, so I know, you know, at least a little bit about these people. As we do every year, we watch the pressers, so. Now, earlier in the stream, I read y'all a little bit about Damari Mathis and Delvin Campbell. So we know who these guys are now. So, realistically, I'm happy with this depth chart. I'm happy with it. Am I happy with the squad? Not necessarily. I think there's a few names you could toss out of here, you know, and get somebody better. You could probably improve on the O-line if there's something out there. If there isn't, okay, cool. Jared Kingston can stay. Tarquin can stay on squad. Brandon Walton never did impress me. You keep Travion here. You keep Sam Roberts here. You keep let's see, Shamar and Chris Barnes. Those are my players. And honorable mention, probably Mike Reed at this point. The rest, if you're not an offensive lineman, we can upgrade. I'm just saying. That's how I feel about it. But Chad made some excellent points tonight about, the practice squad and what it's for. So, I'm changing my opinion a little bit based on that. So, maybe we booked all these people for a good reason. We shall see. But, that in mind. Somebody had mentioned Isaiah Simmons. Now, as many of you know, I know Isaiah Simmons pretty well, being a Clemson fan. I do vouch for his talent. I do vouch for his leadership skills and his communication skills and how he is in the locker room. And his community ability, outside of the locker room. So, yes, I do vouch for this dude. In what way? Skills-wise. And in the ways that I just mentioned. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people think this dude is washed up. At first, these teams didn't know what to do with him. The Giants drafted him first. They didn't know what to do with him. Cardinals didn't know what to do with him. Giants got him back. Still didn't know what to do with him. And then he went to the Packers. And the Packers didn't know what to do with him either. So this is 3 teams that didn't know how to properly use Isaiah Simmons. Is he a linebacker? Is he a defensive end? Can he possibly play nickel a little bit? Who knows? It's Isaiah Simmons. He's a multi-tool. He never settled into a role, and that's exactly the problem. When you get up to the NFL level, you have to settle into a role. If you could do other things beyond that primary role, you are considered a multi-tool and valuable. If you are only good at that one role, that's where you're at. The NFL puts you in a box and says, here, do something with what you got, skill-wise, once you open up that box. That's what you do. That's your identity. However, when you see players like Isaiah Simmons who have no idea what they want to do, and they can play 3 or 4 different positions. It's like, okay, pick one. Pick one, or the league will pick one for you, or you will play yourself out of the league. Those are your 3 options. Those are literally your 3 options. And that's why I was like, nah. We don't need that headache on our defense right now. Trying to figure out a spot for him. Because, here's the thing. We couldn't figure out what to do with Jeremy Chin. Same scenario. Same exact scenario. Just different position. Because Jeremy Chin had the talent. So does Isaiah Simmons. Different positions. But where are you putting Chin? Where are you putting Simmons? Both of them have multi-talent. You could put him in the case of Jeremy Chin, you could put him at free safety. You could put him at strong safety. You could put him at nickel. He could do all of that. He never settled on a spot. Same thing with Isaiah Simmons. You could put him at offensive linebacker. You could put him at defensive end. You could put him possibly as a blitz spy or something like that. Who knows? But he's got multi-uses, you know, and never settled into a spot. So between 3 teams, the Cardinals don't have to use players anyway. Neither do the Giants. And the Packers, they do, except for the fact that by that point, he was only worth $1.3 million. And they're like, nah, we don't even want to mess with you because you're so freaking cheap. You know what I mean? That's like candy money to us. Why should we try to find a spot for you when you're worth $1.3 million as a linebacker slash defensive end slash whatever you are? We don't know. You're going to end up squad. You know? After doing with 2 other teams and being so bad that the Giants even go back to you for $2 million for a 10th of what you were already making before in your first rookie year. A 10th. I mean, like, at this point, this dude is washed. Okay? He's now making a 20th of what he was making before at 1.3. And for some reason we want him. According to some people in this fan base. To me, if we can't find a spot for him, he was drafted number 8 overall by the Cards. This really is a joke, bro. Like, really? This dude has literally only made, over his entire time, $20,000. $20 million. 22.2. Sorry, my dyslexia. 20.2 specifically. That's it. Cards still owe him money. Packers still owe him money. So, to be frank with you, this is not a good move. As much as I love Isaiah Simmons, this is not a good move. And I do love the guy. I do. And it kills me, man. It kills me to say that. Because I've seen him on the field, when he was a Clemson Tiger in orange and white, and I know what he's capable of doing, but the NFL has just absolutely screwed him. And it's so sad to see that. And it happens to so many good players like that. Not just Clemson players, but Ohio State players, Georgia players, you name it. It's happened to a number of them. To where they come in there, they're a top 10 pick, and then 4 or 5 years later, this junk happens, and you're getting paid a 20th of what you were paid in the first year. And you're sitting there just like, nah, dog, this ain't it. This ain't it. This is not the player that we first drafted. Or who we watched being drafted. And it's so sad, dude. I've seen so many players' careers wasted like this. And you only get one career as one player. That's it. Once it's gone, it's gone. So disappointing. As a Clemson fan, that's really disappointing to me. But it is what it is. Not all the Clemson people that come up here can be pro track stars, you know what I mean? Or legends. So, it does happen. You get one every once in a while that's just not going to pan out. Do I vouch for him as a person? Yes. Do I vouch for his skills currently? No. Do I vouch for his skills as a whole? Yes. Because he's got better skills than this. But do I vouch for him money-wise? Sure. Is he the right fit for our locker room? No. Currently, no. And again, as a Clemson fan, it kills me to say that. But the team goes first. The team always comes first. These players like this are going to come and go. Come and go, come and go, come and go. But that 53-man roster has to be built every single year. Period. It's a business. If you're not willing to make those sacrifices, you're not going to build your roster correctly, and you're not going to win. Period. That's how that works. I'm just laying it out there for y'all. Plain and simple. Some people will not like what I said, but the NFL's a business. Y'all want to cry over it? Go for it. End of the day, it's still a business. They're still making money off y'all, man. Through merch, food, etc. They're still making money off y'all. At the end of the day, all it is circus and bread, man. Circus and bread. But, they're trying to entertain the masses with football now. And sports. That's what it is. That's what we're all here for. We're trying to get away from the garbage of real life, right? I mean, it is what it is. Same with music. So, realistically, here's the real part about it. Here's where the business really comes into play. And fair warning, this is going to piss people off that are Panthers fans. Because I just learned this about a week ago. And it infuriated me. Okay? This infuriated me. How in the world is Tepper making $100 million off of us? When he has failed the city of Charlotte, he has failed the city of Rock Hill, and he has failed Spartanburg, South Carolina. Please explain to me how this man is making $100 million off of us. And profiting off of us. $100+ million. So I went back and I started crunching some of the numbers from this new stadium deal thing that they're trying to do. All right. So you're looking at a 2 point. Now a 1 2. Sorry, my dyslexia. All right, $1.2 billion deal, right? 1.2 or 1.4, somewhere around that range. The point is, 800 billion of that actually went to the stadiums and upgrading everything else. You know, sure enough, maybe 200 million of that probably went to the emergency fund, right? You know, to be able to upgrade stuff in the city of Charlotte. Fine. Here's where the rest of the problem is. Where is the rest of that $400 million? Who took that money? Who took that money? Whose pockets are they in? That's what infuriates me. Because I just saw a week ago where Tepper gained $100+ billion. Do you really think that we as fans, through our ticket sales, our merch sales, and our food sales, and whatever have you, trinket sales, really gave him $100 million in the past year after he has royally screwed up Rock Hill and he's had to pay for that? And then I thought, $100 extra entertainment fee for Charlotte for the entertainment tax. I read that somewhere, guys. I'm not making that up. You guys know I don't make stuff up. I find this stuff. I do my homework. I do my research. And it's always off legitimate sites. I don't beat around the bush. I don't bullcrap you. I saw that and I was like, are you freaking serious? So let's put this into perspective. We've got homeless out the wazoo in major cities. You got people living paycheck to paycheck in major cities. That extra $100 could leave people questioning, do I pay for the food that goes in my fridge, or do I pay the power bill this week? Do I choose to have food in my fridge and have the power cut off? Or do I choose to not have food, go hungry, and have the power stay on? That's how bad it has gotten. And some of these people get kicked out of their places that they live in due to, yes, $100 a month. So not only are you you're upping the unemployment rate for what? $100 million of profit that goes straight back into your pockets How much did this man pay to the construction workers over in Rock Hill, by the way? Just to make sure that these people got paid for the half a building's worth of work that you stopped them from doing. Do you see what I'm getting at, folks? This is Tepper. This is how Tepper does business. You really want him touching Bank of America Stadium? Heck nah. Heck nah. I got all the respect in the world for the Teppers, but as people, that don't fly with me. That don't fly with me, folks. I'm trying to tell you. I look out for the common people, man. I care about y'all. Yes, you, and even you. That don't think that you deserve to be cared about. I care about y'all too. I see y'all struggling and dealing with issues like this. I'm not blind, bro. I don't get into politics, but this has a lot to do with politics too, which I won't get into, because that goes into a whole nother conversation, which I don't want to have. And then you add in the demographics and everything else. Then it gets even worse. It gets even worse when you do that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Pay attention to this stuff. Because even if you don't live in the city of Charlotte, this can happen to you if you bring a major sports team to your town. And you get an owner like this that doesn't know what he's doing. It ain't right, man. It ain't right. How do you misplace $500 million? How? Somebody explain that to me. My only explanation is, once you saw that Tepper got $100 million, ding, 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 light bulb. There goes $100 million of it. Right there. Now where's the rest of it? And that money just replaced what he just paid to Rock Hill construction workers. That means he didn't lose a dime. Now, if that doesn't piss you off as a Panthers fan, I don't know what does. Towards Tepper. Now, don't get me wrong. I like the Teppers as people. Again, I got nothing wrong with them as people. But that crap don't fly with me. Now, maybe I got my math wrong somewhere. Maybe some other stuff will come up to disprove what I put together in my head for that theory. But that's where I'm at. There's always that possibility, and I'm always open-minded to it. You know, sometimes I could be proven wrong. Hey, my theory could be completely unfounded. It could be completely out the window. Just by a few different facts that I thought were true and were actually not. Who knows? But right now, until I see different, that's the theory. Until proven fact or fiction, that's my theory on what's going on with Tepper. How in the world did this man make $100 million plus off of us in 1 year when this team sucked and half this stadium was filled up last year? Please explain this logic to me, because I don't get it. Now, maybe we're missing some details here. I don't know. Is he involved with the stock market? We don't know. But somehow he acquired $100 million off of us. And I say good for him, because he profited off of it. You know, it's capitalism. You know, that's how capitalism works. Everybody's trying to make more money. That's how it works. But you can't feed the greed machine, man. You can't. No. You can't feed the greed machine. Because that always comes back to bite you in the rear. Now, when you go to football games and stuff like that, you have to pay the ticket prices, of course. You pay the merch prices. You pay the food prices, of course. But $100 million? I'm not a mathematician, but that don't add up to me. That don't add up to me. When we were filling that stadium only maybe a fourth of the way every game last year. Maybe I'm nuts. I don't know. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. Anyway, enough of that. I just wanted to throw that out there. Now, my question to everybody in chat is, would you like me to go through the documentary Superman today? Because it's an hour long. It's an hour long, y'all. Do y'all want me to? I mean, if we do this, we need to get our popcorn and drinks and whatever dinner ready to go. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'll give y'all a chance to do that. But if we're putting it off to another day, which is fine with me, either way, I'm cool with it. But I just want to make sure we get this in before the regular season starts. Because I feel like if we do this, it's going to take an extra hour with me starting and stopping. You know what I mean? How long are we live for? 4.5 hours? 4.5 hours? Okay. Let me see about scheduling. Because I just got to double check something real quick. I have plans tomorrow. I may be able to do a stream on Friday and get this in on Friday. But otherwise, we'd have to wait until next week. Like, is that alright with y'all? I've got the 1st through the 4th open. Well, the 2nd through the 4th open right now. And the 4th I plan on doing the fantasy football draft on for our league. So really it would be the 2nd or 3rd. If we're going to do that stream to cover this. So if we're not doing it today, then that's when we're doing it. What's the play? What do y'all think? Black Poppy, you still in chat, bro? If you're still in chat, put up a poll. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna use the restroom. If you're still in chat this late, throw that poll up about that. I'll be right back, y'all. Let's see what people want to do. All right. You know what? It's only 1:00. Why not? Why not? Let's just knock this out. Because otherwise, we're gonna have this hanging over our heads for another 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Trying to figure out when we want to schedule this 2-hour stream for. Which is ridiculous. So let's just do this, man.
Well, if it's your end zone, then why am I in it?
It was something stupid. It was small. It was fun, but to us, it was a big deal.
It was one of those things where you like, damn, this is different.
I think he pointed at Cam, and then it was game on.
I knew in that moment that it wasn't anybody else that football team trusted in that spot more than they trusted me. That was a catch. I mean, if you saw enough TV angles to tell you that was a catch.
The story goes like,
He's absolutely correct. That was a catch.
The word Carolina really had no significance in the NFL. We're very rarely on any Monday Night Football or the prime game because we were the Carolina Panthers. We weren't the Green Bay Packers.
Now, where does that sound familiar, guys? Where does that sound familiar? Where does that sound familiar? We're in that spot right now. We're in that spot right now. We're exactly where we were right before it happened. Before we started climbing. Think about that. Let that sink in for a minute.
Or the Giants.
Nobody cared about us.
I
cares about
remember
us
like
now.
the first home game I came to. I'm sitting with Mom. We're like getting ready for the game, and it's like pregame. Top Cats are doing their pregame routine and everything like that. I'm kind of looking around the stadium, and I look at Mom like, did we not sell tickets to this game? Like, where is everyone?
Stephanie and I first got there. I remember when we were looking for a house, and we had gone to the Harris Teeter, and she looks at me, she goes, I don't see a lot of jerseys around. I don't see a lot of, memorabilia. She goes, I don't even know where I can buy it other than the team store. And I looked at her and I said, well, now you know what we got to do. We got to become household names again.
Dang. If that doesn't sound like Dave Canales right now. If that doesn't sound like Dan Morgan and Dave Canales right now. Wow. We gotta become household names again. Jeez.
What were your first impressions of Cam?
Fantastic. I remember, number one, how big and talented and just how much he just seemed to, everybody thrived being around him.
People saw Cam coming from Auburn, and Cam had, a short haircut. He had the suits. He looked like $1 million. I think his first couple years, he was on the cover of GQ. But Cam coming out of Auburn, I think he and his team wanted to present him a certain way as the number one pick in the draft, and they wanted teams to be able to see Cam as someone that could be the face of the franchise, which he was.
Luke Kuechly was a tackling machine. But the thing was that he played at Boston College, and Boston College is no one's idea of a superpower in college football. So he wasn't that well known, but he was a guy that made so many tackles and looked so good for a poor team. That's why they wanted him.
And you can imagine what Luke would be like. Just not real intimidating looking guy, just kind of an average sized white guy back there playing linebacker. You knew he was focused, and you could tell he was smart just by talking to him, a sharp guy. Kind of dorky looking with the curly hair and the glasses.
So I see Luke, and you see the glasses, you see sort of the curly hair, like the mob. He kind of looked like young Roy McIlroy, right? And you're like, there's no way that this guy is this guy.
Even with Cam and Luke in these cornerstone positions, they weren't successful right away. They were 7-9 in 2012, still struggling at.
Y'all hear that? 7-9, right out of the gate. What did we just predict that record was going to be this year? What did we just predict that record was going to be this year? 4 of 7, ceiling of 10. It's happening again, y'all. It's happening again. It's begun.
Some other positions, and Cam Newton and Luke Kuechly were also still coming into their own, but they weren't in their prime quite yet. So by 2013, they had a lot of talent. They had not quite learned how to win the biggest of games. But in 2013, they won the NFC South, had a winning record, lost in the first round of the playoffs. 2014 started.
We had a winning record, went to the playoffs, lost in the first round of the playoffs. Now, what did I predict us to do again this year? With the talent we have? Remind me again. Exactly that. 2025 is going to mirror this. Watch. Watch and see.
Terribly. They didn't win a game for 2 months.
He had played poorly, and he was really upset. We had lost.
Now, where does that sound familiar? Bryce Young struggled his entire rookie year. Struggled. He was disgruntled. He got benched. And then he started firing on all cylinders when he came out of Germany. Need I say more? Look at the correlations. Look at them all. Now, I'm not saying we got a Thomas Davis or a Luke Kuechly or a Cam Newton on this team right now. But the comparisons are real right now. As far as the rest of the talent. And the coaching staff.
Into one of his moods. He was acting the way he was acting. A couple guys came and said something to me about players. And I said, okay. So I go down to the quarterback room and I get him in the room. It's just he and I start saying, dude, what the hell? Enough's enough, okay? Well, why gotta be like this? Why gotta act like this? I said, why can't you be like... And I paused for a second. He looks at me and goes, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. He said, Coach, I can't. He said, I got to do it my way. He said, I'll never be like that. And he pointed to his skip. He said, Coach, you know, I'm a black quarterback in this league. And I don't want to change who I am or conform to it. I've got a pretty big burden. I mean, he said this, and we're having this conversation, and I'm listening to him, and it made me realize, you know, he's right.
I said it since day one. You know, I'm an African-American quarterback that may scare a lot of people because they haven't seen nothing that they can compare me to. You know, here I am. I'm doing exactly what I want to do, how I want to do it. And when I look in the mirror, it's me. You know what I'm saying? Nobody changed me. Nobody, you know, made me act this certain type of way. And I'm true to my roots.
This is a kid from...
Ooh. Wow. You know, and for all these people that want Bryce Young to be Cam Newton, he's not Cam Newton. I'm sorry. He's not. Bryce Young is Bryce Young. He's got to become himself. Okay? In his own way. Y'all can't force him to become Cam Newton. Y'all can't force him to become something he's not. He is Bryce Young. Okay? I need y'all to understand this. All you Cam Newton lovers that only see Cam Newton. You know. And for all the YouTubers that use them as clickbait, I get it. You know, it makes you money. It gets you views. I get it. End of the day, Bryce Young is not Cam Newton. Period.
From Atlanta, Georgia, right? This is a kid who was very in tune with who he was and what it meant to be a young African-American male from Atlanta.
Yeah. And Bryce Young is an African-American from wherever he hails from as well. You know, but Cam Newton had a different vibe about him. Cam Newton had a different energy. You could just look at him and tell that dude has, like, confidence out the ass. You know? Excuse my French, but that's exactly what it is. He's egotistical, but he could actually back it up. He's like Steve Smith. Steve Smith had all that trash talking about him, but he backed it up. Every bit of it. Because that's who they were. That's who these people were. So Bryce Young is now becoming who he is. You know? So I need people to understand. If he does show a little bit of an ego, or he, you know, puts on a confident smile, or does this or that, it's him being him. Okay? Y'all remember what Cam was like back in the early days, and how he still is today. He became himself. You know, essentially in the NFL, his own version of himself, and how he wanted people to perceive him as. Bryce Young's got to do the same thing.
We drafted Cam As an organization, we were very conservative. I mean, from the music we played to how
Oh God, freaking.
we expected fans to act on game day.
Jerry Richardson.
I mean, it's well documented. You weren't allowed to take your shirt off in the stadium. So then you bring Cam in, and he was the ultimate disruptor to all that. You know, we had Future and Jeezy, two of the biggest rappers in Atlanta at the time, on our sidelines for games. The music changed. If you looked in the stands, the fan base, you know, became more diverse. We weren't ready in 2011.
You know, when he started doing Superman, no one had done that. No one had the arrogance to do that, and he backed it up. And that was kind of different for us to see that. That wasn't the Southern way.
In 2014, they were 3-8-1, but they had a late run, won 4 games in a row, edged into the playoffs, winning the NFC South for the second year in a row.
It was just, who is this team?
Second year in a row. Second year in a row. So if we follow this progression of the team that we're on right now, we win the division this year, we lose in the playoffs. We win the division a second year in a row. We get to the playoffs, we win a playoff game. Lose in the second round. Or third round. Because we aren't quite there yet. We're on Detroit's level at that point. You know where they are right now. Get to the NFC Championship game the following year. Win the NFC Championship game. Or at least come as close as we can to winning the NFC Championship game. Finish the development. Get to the Super Bowl. Win the Lombardi. That's the progression. And that's winning the division 4 times in a row while doing that.
We've been that team the whole entire time. We just didn't believe it in ourselves because we didn't really realize that we had the power to execute. Coach Rivera was giving us that the whole time, and he was just waiting because coaches coach and players play.
We were able to be
coaches coach and players play. Now, who's that sound like in our current management? Who does that sound like? Dave Canales, right? He's giving these guys the power to execute right now. What are you going to do with it? Current players of this Panthers team, what are you going to do with that power?
Arizona, right here at home, growing in confidence, went to Seattle, put up a tough fight against the Seattle team that went out and dominated in the Super Bowl that year.
Yes.
But also, it gave us that motivation that we needed for that next season. Like, we get a piece here, we get a piece there. This is going to be a special football team.
We get a piece here, we get a piece there. That's what we're about to do. We're about to start doing that this year in 2025. I'm telling you, it's coming. You're about to see history repeat itself in Carolina.
I'm blind in my right eye just to start off to kind of clear it up, but it was a tumor on my optic nerve in my eye. It was just chemotherapy. It was 52 rounds of it just going on for a year.
We were approached by Make-A-Wish at the St. Jude Clinic and offered up, hey, what do you think you want to do? And Braylon had thrown out there, he wanted to be the coach of the Carolina Panthers. And I was like, well, don't you want to think about Disney too? You know, every kid loves Disney. And he's like, no, I want to be the coach of the Carolina Panthers. Had no clue what was in store for us. But I will tell you, I just clearly remember driving. They had us, it came and picked us up and drove us to the side entrance of the Panther Stadium. He got to go into the locker room before Fan Fest when they were there, and he told him, he's like, I know how you're going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Be brave, have the heart, go Cat.
Be brave, have the heart, and go Cats. And I mean, they all went crazy.
I feel like I was the best player on the field, no matter what time or day it was or who I was facing. I always felt that way. It was like an invincible feeling. And that's kind of when I touched the grass. It was my kingdom. It was just, making my own way in a world where, you had to be, kill or be killed. One of those things. It was 100 or you was 100. And for me, I was tired of being the 100. I was tired of being the 100.
Ooh, y'all hear that? Y'all better listen to Josh Norman. Is this team tired of being hunted? Y'all want to become the hunters? Y'all better listen to Josh, man. That's the attitude we need in Carolina now.
Cam is talking trash back and forth, not wanting to throw an interception. We're talking trash back and forth, not wanting to allow them to score or complete passes. And it was, and excuse my French, I'm kicking your ass, or we're kicking your ass today.
Cam is one of those guys who can piss somebody off just by smiling at him and not say one word. He just has that kind of aura about him.
He had this moxie about him to where it's just, all right, this is me, this is who I am, Superman, right? And so, okay, I saw it. I understood what it was. I respected it for what it was. But I don't bow down to no man. Finally, like, I don't go quiet in the night.
Josh got some weird analogies sometimes, man, and that's what you gotta love to hate. But that's him. People who don't really know Josh, he's just. I think he's a person that thrives on attention.
Every year you have fights, and you need to get the aggression out, like pent up energy. Guys ain't seen their girlfriends in however long. You're sleeping in a dorm bed and it's hot, and you're stressed out about whether or not you're gonna make the team or not, or if you're gonna be good that year. That fight was none of that. It was, like, I'm him, and I know you think you're him too. So we need to figure out, like, how this is gonna balance out.
I don't know, like, what took place. I think it was one of the plays that was running, and somebody said something to me, and I blacked out. Like, I went into the dark zone. I went into dark mode, and I just started chirping. But that next play, something happened. Like, my energy was up, and so I just saw black. And so I was in slot, and so they ended up running a bender. I undercutted the bender. He threw it. I picked it off, went back, and then I was like, what's all that chirping about now? I don't hear any of that stuff. And so he ran up, and he was like, listen, you run it to me like that again, it's going to be some.
Jano is just pointed at him. The point is personal. The Cam that a lot of people do see is he's smiling, he's joking, he's jovial, but he does not like to be made fun of. And I think it's one thing to intercept him, but it's another thing to shove it in his face.
I just saw a 6'5" guy, like, literally step into my domain, and I wasn't going that way. I wasn't going backwards. I was gonna go forward the way I came. This is the way I'm gonna go out. And so it was through him, and that's all I saw. We started tussling, and next thing you know, the whole offense came and just ramshafted me into oblivion. I think that's why, I slipped down, and so I tried to take his helmet and just literally drag him down with me and hip toss him.
That's one thing, a defensive lineman and an offensive lineman or a linebacker are going at it, or a receiver and a DB go at it.
Right.
But not every day that you see your 6'6" or 6'5" quarterback, 250 pounds, running down the field and getting into it with a defensive back. They were like at it, and Cam had Josh hung up like a little baby. Like, hey man, you want these problems?
And I'm thinking, like, this is bad. Like, Cam might mess up his hand, right? Like, I pulled him back as hard as I could. I just remember it didn't really work.
Come on, get him up. Come on. Keep it like that again. I know something. Go ahead, man. Get back.
I remember seeing one photo of Cam standing over Josh with just a picture-perfect smile. And I remember, because the year prior, Cam had been in a car accident. He's laying on the side of the road with a picture-perfect smile. And I just remember thinking, it doesn't matter what this guy does. You will always get a perfect shot of a perfect Cam Newton smile.
I had like no time and energy for like fighting and all the hoopla and all that. Like at that point in practice, I was kind of probably relieved that they were fighting because it probably took a couple minutes to break it up. They can fight all they want. It just gives me more time to rest.
Of course, Ron has to separate everybody. He's got to say, don't hit the quarterback, but Ron secretly loves it.
I was still hot, like steam. I tried to cool down. I did to a point where I got into the huddle and coach talked to us and brought everybody up. And I think we broke out. And so next thing I know, shoot, I walked up, went to the shower, and we was on the opposite side. And Cam's like, hey, look, man, we're going to be fighting every day if we have to. That's what I got to get out of you. That's what you got to get out of me. We're going to do that every day.
I think that moment is what really brought everybody together.
I think we're making a big deal out of nothing. You know, it's no need for me to tell you guys what happened outside of we are better because of it.
There's players and then there's your top guys. And Kelvin was definitely one of our top guys. Sometimes if a player gets hurt, he rolls an ankle or something, it's all right, let's move the drill down and keep going. That one stopped practice for a solid 30, 40 minutes, you know what I mean?
Kelvin's injury, I don't remember it so much for the route and when he went down as much as I remember his scream when he went down. So when you hear that, you know what it is. And it's non-contact, slipped on a route, he's going to grab the knee, the blood-curdling scream, and it's like, that's his season.
There was a lot of, like, the sky is falling feeling externally, and some of that was leaking into the locker room. I think we had enough veterans at that time that we didn't. I think a younger team, we probably would have given that more weight.
It took a little bit of time to sort of recalibrate what we were going to be. Where I think the blessing for that team was it gave Cam the ability to just throw it to whoever was open.
Just jumped over, he got flipped and landed on his knee, and it was like he did it on purpose.
My heart was in my socks. Oh man, but as I was flipping, I was like, hey, I don't know how this is gonna end. And then I'm coming down, I said, hey, I can stick this. So I didn't stick it, but I think I still got a good high rating by the judge.
I know Cam had to be so mad he didn't stick the landing. You know, he kind of got shoved a little bit at the end, right? And so falls, but he just gets up and starts dancing. And it was, again, at the time in the NFL in 2015, there was one quarterback who could do that. And there's no one else who could.
He's going to put his body on the line. I think you want to talk about DNA of a team, that's the DNA of the team.
The biggest magic to all of that was we had the makeup of guys. The recipe of personalities were everyone understood Cam was the center. He was going to get all the attention. He was going to get a lot of the recognition. And we all loved that. We all propped that up. That didn't bother us. Luke Kuechly doesn't need a lot of attention. Ryan Khalil doesn't need a lot of attention. Thomas Davis, I wasn't really an attention guy. Stu. So we knew Cam's greatest value, not only just because he was incredible on the field, but he thrived off the energy of the emotion of the crowd and the fans, and the entertainment value was a big part of his personality.
And just the game itself, too. You know, he's always been a person who just thrived off the game itself. He had a passion for the game. And still does.
I think at the
Still
time, it's like, okay, that's a cool little thing that they're doing in Charlotte, 4-0. Who cares? Because now they got to go to Seattle, which teams don't win at. And the Carolina Panthers don't beat the Seattle Seahawks.
Damn nuisance. That's what they had been.
And we went there last year and we, pissed down our leg. We didn't get the job done. We weren't ready. We weren't prepared. We didn't execute. Whatever you want to call it, we lost. And we lost in an embarrassing fashion, in my opinion. And it was an opportunity for us to go in there and prove, not just to, spectators and the NFL and the world or whatever you want to call it, but to prove to ourselves that the momentum that we were feeling at the end of last year, this is a chance to really set that in stone and engrave it.
I'll never forget that, how loud that stadium was. I remember coming in at halftime and my ears hurt so bad.
It's a dogfight. We're back and forth. And then the play that everyone.
Good old Mike Rimmers. Good old Mike Rimmers, the reason we lost the Super Bowl, and so did the Chiefs.
Everyone remembers is that ball to Greg. He caught that ball, and it went from being deafening to just pin drop quiet. And I say it all the time, the best sound in an away stadium is silence. Because that means, that you guys just did something right.
The moment that touchdown happened, I just left my seat. I ran through the concourse, pushed open the door, and fell down on the sidewalk. My buddy chased after me. We had a Roaring Riot flag, and he just covered me up with the flag, and I'm just laying on the sidewalk in complete joy, really in disbelief of what I just witnessed.
There was this fan who always had a seat right at the tunnel, the visitors' tunnel, and I think his whole thing was just to yell rude things to the visiting team. He was saying stuff to Greg Olsen. He was like, "F you, man." And so when we beat Seahawks, we were going in, Greg found that guy. He was like, "Hey, you." It was fantastic. It was so good.
We might have had some choice words at the end, but listen, we also went into that stadium a lot and walked out on the wrong side of it. So it felt good finally to walk out of that stadium with a win.
After that game, I told Steve Wilkes vividly, I said, the guy, almost like in The Matrix, where Neo's like, he's starting to believe. And that's what I felt with this team. Is like all of a sudden we won a game, and I saw the temperament, I saw the guys just like, they're starting to believe.
Kind of see everybody feeling like, okay, this is different. You know what I'm saying? You see guys that you don't normally see hanging out, like out with each other. Everybody, groups going to dinner, people hanging out at other people's houses. Like the camaraderie was just different. You know what I mean? It was something that I've only seen that 1 year, really.
Talking about keeping this bum out of our game. Ain't nobody need no deodorant plan. See, when they play me, bro, they gonna need all type of water, towels.
They say you need stupid stuff, though. Like, people ain't got time for that junk, man.
He do all that unnecessary stuff and he still lose. Still losing. Don't even matter. Hey, only speak to me if you got a call. And then he pout.
I really believe that the magic within the cohesiveness within the locker room was a huge part of that. I think that if they didn't have that cohesiveness, that strong bond, I don't think they would have had as much success that year as they did.
TD would be going on about something. Cam would say something. Greg would be holding, all the character and personality that team had. And Ron would every once in a while look at me. Again, I'm not the only one. I'm sure he said this too. Said, I just wish I had a normal team. And first few years, I just thought I'd never said a word. Then I started saying it to him. No, you don't. You don't want a normal team. This is the team that you thrive with.
You have all these different backgrounds coming together. You respect each other and you work for a common goal. I mean, I feel like that is the #1 takeaway from the 2015 team.
I feel like there are a lot of coaches that would be like, hey, like, let's not be this team that is, you know, taking team pictures on the sideline and, you know, having the quarterback run up and down Hulk Hogan style to hear the crowd. But he was kind of the perfect coach for that, because he allowed these guys and to be who they were and to let them guide who the team became. And that is an underrated skill.
I think that
I feel like Dave Canales is able to do that now as well. He's kind of doing that now with our current team. He's learning from this. And he's saying, okay, let's see who these guys can become.
Might have been, and I could be mistaken, but I think that was like the birth of the dab at that moment.
This wasn't actually the first time Cam Newton had ever dabbed. It had happened in week 4 against Tampa Bay. People hadn't noticed it that much, but because of the aftermath against Tennessee, that is when the dab really blew up for the first time. Cam had all that end zone celebration stuff against Tennessee, and there was a little bit of a fight and scuffle going on there. So Tennessee Mom is the term we use for this letter written by a lady in Tennessee who went to the Tennessee game, saw all of Cam Newton's theatrics with her 9-year-old daughter, and wrote a letter to the Charlotte Observer, our paper, basically saying these actions were deplorable.
I remember that. Oh my god. Oh my god, I remember that. It's horrible.
There was a lot of fallout, probably not exactly what she intended, but it did bring to the forefront Cam's celebratory antics and also the backlash against them, because there was a backlash.
People and everybody started going ape over that on social media. I remember that. That was what really started that. You know, and it was also what started the dab being popular too. You know, so like 3 or 4 years later, everybody's just, you know, on social media, completely forgetting where it came from. Cam Newton started that. Let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, Cam Newton started that.
We're so upset about Cam's like celebration. Like, oh, why is he dancing in front of that guy's face? The guy came to him, first of all, trying to say, hey, you can't dance in my end zone. Well, if it's your end zone, then why am I in it? Okay? You don't want me dancing, then stop me. Stop me from dancing. That should be the message that you send to these kids. It's not, hey, don't come in my house. Well, lock your door. You know, lock your doors. Put security cameras up.
Cam in particular was getting criticized for how he celebrated.
And he was right.
And of course, I think if you're on the other side of that, the losing team, it's annoying. Yes, it's very frustrating. But for us as fans, being on the winning side of it, it was really fun.
If you mad that...
Yeah. Is he wrong? Is he wrong? Come on. Was Cam wrong?
He's showboating or like celebrating against your team, you should probably talk to the defense and tell them to play better and don't allow him to do those things. But don't attack the man's character and try to make it seem like he's just this bad person, because that's not who he is.
Facts. Thank you, Thomas Davis. Exactly. Y'all hear that? Leave this man alone.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Everyone is, and you know, you can't fault her for that. And
true.
You know, it is what it is. If she feel offended, I apologize to her. But at the end of the day, I am who I am.
The charity aspect of Cam Newton is such a huge part of who he was in Charlotte and part of this community that gets overlooked, I think, a lot on the national stage. I think locally, most people know that he donated probably millions of dollars to kids, and mostly kids.
Just kind of drive around, and he always had a ball in his car. He'd see a bunch of kids playing. He'd stop, pull over, jump the fence with the ball, and he'd play with the kids.
There was a little boy in Concord, and one of his teammates had mentioned it to him, and he was like, "Yeah, this little boy's sick. He has cancer." Cam is like, "Well, what does he want?" He's having a Halloween party on his street because they don't know if he's going to be able to make it through Halloween.
The prognosis was not great for Elijah at that time, but because our street and everyone on it knew how much Elijah loved Halloween, they said, "You know what, we're going to have Halloween early for him." Sorry, sometimes it still just takes me a second. So we were going to have Halloween early. The weekend comes, we're out, I'm pushing Elijah, through the crowd, and, everyone is trick-or-treating. The street was lined up. All of a sudden, I got a call, and someone said, "Becky, there's someone at the end of the street." And he said his name is Cam. And I was like, "What?" And so I went down to the end of the street, and I saw that it was him, and I immediately just started crying because I knew how much that would mean to Elijah. It was over the moon that Cam Newton was at his house, his party, for him. It couldn't have gotten any better for Elijah. And as
That's
Elijah's
real right
mom,
there. Good job, Cam.
I couldn't have asked for anything greater than that, especially when my child only had, a month and a half left to live.
Dang.
One of the biggest things that this city has always thrived on with their football team is when the players are connected to the community. And that 15 team, because of who was on the team, was really well connected, right? So you had Cam doing the football giveaways. You had Greg and his with the hardest yard and receptions for research. You had Khalil and Thomas Davis doing all the things he was doing with youth and youth programs.
One of the things that Stephanie and I wanted to do too is we wanted to get in the community. We wanted to get involved because, always felt that if you can get the fan base behind you, get them to understand we're not here just to take. We want to get by.
I feel like there was a ton of question marks about our team, and nobody really was talking about us until late in the season. And even as we kept extending that streak, I just remember the conversation around us was something to the extent of paper tigers.
The big one for me more than anything else was Dallas. Okay, Tony Romo was coming back. We were undefeated. They had a losing record. They were the favorites. I mean, not that I worry about what the betting line says, but that was great because that's all I needed to use against our players. Because I got up in front of them. I said, "Are you effing kidding me? This one guy is better than all 53 of you guys. One guy's going to make the deal. We're undefeated, and they aren't. And one guy's better than our 53." And that's all I needed to poke the bear.
We were pissed off. Like I said, we felt disrespected. I'm like, I don't know what the hell they know or what they think that Romo is going to bring to this table, but we are for real.
I remember we're warming up as a team, and so we're stretching. Everyone's kind of in their line, and the coaches kind of go by and give dabs and say good luck or whatever. And I'm stretching. And I remember Wilkes came up to me and he goes, "I had a dream last night. When you get this interception, cut it back." And I'm like, okay, all right.
And Kirk Coleman gets that pick 1 minute into the game. It's like,
it's not if you get the interception, it's when you get the interception. Think about what he's just said right there.
you guys think was going to happen?
The cherry on top of that game was Luke getting that pick from Romo and him going out of his way trying to find Romo so he could stiff arm him. I'll never forget watching it.
Luke had a great sense of always being able to get one more shot on the quarterback. He somehow punched the quarterback after scoring a touchdown in the end zone. He somehow like slowed down just enough so he could get one more shot. And it really wasn't a stiff arm as much as just punching Romo right in the face.
You got to get a piece. We always say get a piece of the quarterback. I think when we beat Dallas on Thanksgiving, that was the
Get a piece of the quarterback. Dang. I never heard that story before. That's amazing.
first time like the nation got to see, man, who are these guys? Like, they're brash, they're in your face. Kuechly picking that ball off and stiff arming Tony Romo on the way to the end zone, and you know, Cam dancing after his end zone for his grandmother. And I mean, it was just, that was the day that the 15 Panthers were introduced to the country.
See what scholarship?
I didn't know that was Romo he stiff armed.
You may qualify.
I know he stiff armed somebody, but I never knew it was Romo. I gotta rewatch that, man. That's wild. Dang. Dang.
I remember when I was in high school,
baby.
I used to look up to guys that, you know, do things, and I tried to mimic. And now they're doing the things that I do. So it puts a lot of, you know, not necessarily pressure, but, you know, you see, you know, people are looking at you, whether you want them to or not. And, you know, when I see people doing the celebration that I do, it just makes me happy.
Everybody like, oh, why are you guys dancing in the end zone? Why are you dabbing? What does even dab mean? Like, is that a drug? And it's like, no, it's a dance. And eventually your kids will be doing this at home. So you better get ready.
Dabbing took over the world. It wasn't just in Charlotte. It wasn't just a celebration for Panthers fans after a touchdown. I mean, the dab on a long sleeve t-shirt. Grandmas were doing it. Kids were doing it.
You could not take a group picture of Panther fans without being like, and now dab.
When we won.
It became an internet trend. I just remember that, just like, besides Panthers fans, like, nobody knew where it actually came from. You know, but everybody who was a Panthers fan knew, you know, pre-2016 where it came from.
In the NFC South, we were in New Orleans, and we had beaten the Saints, and Mr. Richards, you know, we were in the suite with Mr. Richardson, and they took us all down into the locker room when they were handing out the hats, and everyone was freaking out and dabbing. Dabbing was a thing then.
I remember
and then
this
I remember
clip.
Mr. Richardson dabbed in the middle of all the guys, and they all went nuts.
But I knew this.
Yeah, I remember that. That was amazing.
City was different when on the Jumbotron I saw like an 80-year-old older white lady doing the dab. She was just, I was like, oh, this is different times. This is different times.
Everywhere we went, that's what defenses were trying to prevent. They were trying to prevent Cam from dabbing in their end zone.
D. Wilkes, right? This is all him, so it's all you. It's your fault this even happened. He tells this story the night before we even go play these guys.
We're up in New York, and he had shared this story about when he was a young kid growing up in West Charlotte, as he would say, West Charlotte. The one thing about their house was positioned as a cut through. And so a lot of people would want to cut through their yard to get to the other side. Well, cutting through the yard would create those paths, which would take away the yard. The way he described it is, one day, nobody is going to cut through our yard anymore. He got out his bat and made sure that nobody cut through this yard.
And then I think Marcus Ball took it to a whole new level.
Marcus Ball got the bat for Lewis. I kid you not. I grabbed the bat from Marcus Ball at that time, and then I took it and I started putting it on my head. Just
locking the freak in. It was so cinematic, like you can't make it up. I wish I would have known about it before pregame warmups, to be honest with you. I'm out on the field, and I see this bat situation, and I'm like, what is this about? Odell Beckham Jr. and the Giants, they don't know Steve Wilkes' story from West Charlotte. They don't know that this was some motivational tool before. And so I would, if I were an opponent, I would be like, what is this dude do? I've never seen this on a football field before.
This is a true, actually, drag out dogfight. And so you want it, I'm give it to him. And that's what my mindset was at that point. I didn't care about the game. I went straight for his face, and I just threw him off to the ground. It was just one of those plays where he just caught, and then I looked up to the fans in the stands like, this is what you want? This is what you don't get. You gonna be Michael Jackson, go around and dance and play and do all the other stuff and not be a football player and not train the way you're supposed to train. It goes to shirt. And I hope I pull back the mask, hope I pull back the face of what it do really is.
He started going into, I hope today that we unmasked who the real Odell Beckham is. I hope we pulled the skin back on who this man really is. He hasn't been through the wars and the battles that we've been through. And I literally just turned. Once I heard that, I just turned and walked to the other side of the locker room. He was big heart, great kid, but man, he was out there. Josh's post-game press conferences got so bad that I told Ryan Anderson and some of our other staff, like, don't even stand near the media gaggle, because I don't want anybody from our staff in any of these videos where it looks like we might have influenced Josh.
After that, though, the league made sure that they let our organization, our coaches know that that's not what we were going to do. The bat was not supposed to make it on any more trips. I can say now that the bat did make it on more trips.
So the bat was just one incident for this team that was really developing this sort of camaraderie that no matter how much you spend on a team, money can't buy it. But this team was starting to enjoy each other so much. They had these offbeat ways of actually just doing stuff that you wouldn't really think that an NFL team of grown men would do.
That's wild. I think one of the things that I remember most from that year was the Eagles game. And this was my first game to NFL Panthers game. I'd never seen an actual Panthers game at that point. I just remember being there for a good while, and I see this sign on the other side of the stadium, like right around the middle ring, that just says F the Panthers, from Eagles fans. And I'm like, really? Y'all really brought that in here just to heckle this team, to try to get us off our groove. And at that point, we won the game. We became 6-0. I'll never forget that sign, because by the time we were like 5-0, we started getting like all kinds of like hate stuff, from people that just hated the fact that we were succeeding. And I'm just sitting there like, yep, come on with it. Tell us how you really feel. Tell us how you really feel. We're winning. You gonna stop us? Oh my goodness. Like, that was one heck of a freaking year. And, you know, for those of you that haven't been around for this story, I sat through an absolute monsoon of a Colts game in overtime, and we won that game. And I just remember looking at Jared, my buddy Jared, that came with me. And we're just like, this team's special, man. Like, the fact that we were willing to sit through an entire monsoon, 2 hours up the road to Charlotte, 2 hours back, just nothing but monsoon the entire game. And I remember having that conversation with him on the way back. I was like, this was 1,000% worth it. And I would do it again. Just to see this team win. $1,000% worth it. You know? And at that point, I was just taking other people to the game. You know, because I wanted them to experience what this was like. You know? I'd seen one win, and I was like, I want more people that I know to experience this too. So I ended up taking like 2 other people with me that year. And many of you know the Green Bay story. For those that don't, I mean, this was the day that we took a 3-game commanding lead over the entire NFC conference. 3-game lead. Completely undefeated. 7-0 against the Green Bay Packers. I was like, holy crap. We had just beaten the Seattle Seahawks in Seattle. We come back. We win against the Eagles. We win against Green Bay. Take a 3-game commanding lead. And then go into a Colts game and win that in overtime in monsoon rain. And I just remember Thomas Davis picking off Aaron Rodgers on the final drive as he was heading into into our red zone. Or very, very close to it. I think he was either within the 30-yard mark or the 20-yard mark. And there's like 2 minutes left. Aaron Rodgers trying for a game-winning drive again. You know, Green Bay at the time was the superpower of the entire NFC. Nobody could stop him. You know. They were just getting 12 wins every single year. It was just, they had a commanding lead over the North. Bears couldn't touch them. Vikings couldn't touch them. Nobody could touch them up there. So they were commanding the entire NFC. And I just remember walking in that building like, I've got a feeling about this game. If we win this thing, we are the face of the NFC after that point. And it just sent chills down my spine when Thomas Davis picked that ball off. Because you could hear that crowd all the way from South Carolina. It was that loud. It sounded like a heavy metal concert. I was like, good God, what did we just do? What did we just do? And I remember looking up at the scoreboard and just seeing 7-0. And I was like, wow, we actually just did that. This team's going all the way. That's the moment I knew. That's the very moment I knew. I was like, there's something different about this team. I could feel the energy in training camp when I went up there for training camp that year too. I just felt like, okay, this is a team that's going to win this division. We're going to succeed. We're going to have a great year. I could feel it in my bones when I left that training camp at Spartanburg in 15. I could feel it before it even happened. And I was just like, holy crap. You know? I mean, that's... Guys, you don't know how badly I want to feel that again with the Panthers. You don't know how badly I want that. Because the day I feel that energy again, that's going to send chills down people's spines as Panthers fans. I'm telling you, if you weren't a Panther fan before 2015, you certainly were after that. And if you are just joining the party in the last 7 to 8 years, welcome. Because you never got to experience what that felt like. And I want that for you. I want that for all of you. Hold up. Alright, where were we?
About our team, and nobody really was talking about it.
Our just got so bad that I told Ryan Anderson and some of our other staff, like, don't even stand near the media gaggle, because I don't want anybody from our staff in any of these videos where it looks like we.
Okay, there we go.
He brought in a Nerf hoop one day, and it was just us sitting at our lockers, just taking shots from the lockers. And then it naturally turned into a competitive game. Just sort of turned into like a regional pig tournament that was just by those lockers. And then other guys wanted to get in on it. And so we ended up doing like a March Madness style bracket. And you had to buy in, and we always made the rookies go collect the money. And veterans would always mess with the rookies that they weren't going to pay. And then we would tell the rookies, like, you better collect that money, otherwise you're paying it. And so they'd be stressed out until the guy would actually pay it. It was like $20. You know, it's funny. The guys never really cared about the money. The thing they wanted the most was that cardboard bracket.
The number one thing, the best thing that you can get if you're a Carolina Panther, you know, obviously you want to win a Super Bowl, but is the pig bracket.
That was Ryan and Jordan's kind of baby. They loved the pig tournament. Set up that mini hoop. They tape it along the wall, and you had to play.
And then what happens is when you lose, you have to go to the board and sign. You got to put your autograph on it. So that's why guys would love it, because it would have your name going all the way to the championship game, and every guy would have to sign it. And a lot of guys framed it.
This is how important that was to me. I got it framed here. I got the net and everything. I had to make sure to cut down the net.
Yeah, it was something stupid. It was small. It was fun, but to us, it was a big deal.
I see so much of my game in today's pig tournaments. That's how much I impact. It's players that change the game, and it's players that get the game changed on them.
I think we were actually a little relieved maybe that we lost that Atlanta game. Obviously, I know the fans and everyone, you're talking, let's go undefeated and all that. Don't get me wrong, we were trying to win all the games, but we just played terribly and it didn't go our way.
We took it on the chin. You know what I'm saying? We didn't let it deter us from what we were really trying to do. And I think it was a good thing that we did lose. It gave us motivation to say, hey, we can't be beat, so we got to put it together. And I think once the playoffs started, that showed that we really put it together.
I was the honorary captain for the Seattle playoff game in Charlotte, and that was awesome. My wife and my girls, we went up and on the sideline before the game, walking out, just feeling that energy.
And the first play of the game, it was about 60-something yard run, I believe. I got up, and it was just so electric. I just felt nothing but electricity in my body.
So just a couple of plays later, one of the very biggest plays of this game occurs.
Second and long. 9 times out of 10 it's going to be a pass. Got off the ball, Carter's wrist, swimmed over, and now I think Marshawn Lynch ran like a little inside route. I got back there so fast. It really was so fast, and like he started taking off. I knew he got it off because I tackled him. I knew he got it off. I just didn't know if it was a bat down, but I just heard the crowd going crazy. KK makes a great play. I was just in the right spot at the right time on this play.
The hardest thing to do is just catch it. Luke Kuechly picks off Russell Wilson, goes into the end zone, pick six, touchdown.
We were in Sector 525, jumping up and down, and I remember like the thought going through my head of like, it feels like the upper deck is going to collapse because it was so loud and everybody was they were just going insane. And it was like, is it still safe up here?
31-0 at half.
I remember just watching some of these games with my mom, and she had medical issues and stuff like that, and she latched onto the keep pounding theme, the mantra, and she started watching some of the games with me and then became a fan, full-fledged fan. And I just remember watching some of these games with her, including this playoff game against Seattle, and we were just going nuts. Because we knew. Neither one of us had a doubt we were going to win this game against Seattle. It was not in question. We knew what this team could do. We knew it was just never in question.
Seems like a blowout. Everyone's having a great time in the stands, and suddenly it turns into a nail-biter. 31-24. Russell Wilson leads them all the way back, and with 1:12 to go, Seattle's trying an onside kick, which if they get, they're probably going to score again and send this game into overtime.
At that point, Seattle had figured some out. We couldn't stop nothing they were doing, and it was just, man, I'm like, you can't let them get this damn ball back.
The running joke on the team was that Thomas Davis had like the worst hands on the team, and yet he was always on the hands team. And here goes Thomas, catches it perfectly, kind of lands on his head like this whole sort of chaos.
Let me tell you what's so crazy about this play. Every single Saturday, they used to give me a hard time about being the guy that our coach selected to be in that position, because he had a ton of faith in me in being the guy that in this moment right here that would not be afraid of that moment to do whatever was necessary to come away with that football.
Mm-hmm.
Most electric.
Now this game was the height of our power as a franchise. This NFC Championship game. And I kid you not, I have watched this game at least 50 times. On replay, on YouTube. Everywhere I could get it. It just rewatched it. Just because I wanted to relive that energy. That just every part of that team was a well-oiled machine that day. And It was just incredible. I was literally crying happy tears because I was just like, this is what we are fully capable of. This is what this team is fully capable of. When we do everything right. And we don't screw up. And we put every bit of the talent we have together on that field, and we succeed with it. And we capitalize on it. That game was unreal. Best Panthers game we have ever played. Ever. In franchise history. Ever. You're never going to top it. I don't care how many good Panthers teams we have. It's never going to touch this game.
I see in the city, everybody was involved, from the people at my kids' school to the people that worked in downtown. There was Panther flags all over the place, heat pounding. We had theme songs going all over.
Dover Daybreak Grill did our food at the time. They had like a little fire pit, and Norm's out there with tongs with the cardinal hat resting on the grill.
Head to the stadium, sun's about to go down, and you see people. I lived in a condo uptown at the Trademark building, so when I hit the elevator, I can see the stadium, and I can see people coming to the city, and I can see people starting to tailgate there. I can see people walking to the bars pregame over there. I can see all the action happening, all for us.
Felt so big and so special, and it wasn't like that always. And I think it just shows, if you're good in this city, like, we have the fans, we have the energy, we have the people that it could be as loud as anywhere, it could be as exciting as anywhere.
Oh my gosh, Arizona. Woo-wee. Listen, we can party. And I'm talking about they brought the glow sticks and everything else with them.
The NFC Championship game was a total demolition. I thought it was the best game they played all season. 49-15, just absolutely torched Arizona.
After that game, man, we were, the ceremony, seeing, our guys standing up there with the trophy, put a little shirt on over my pads. I'm over there hanging out with Toad, Boz. Everybody takes a lap around the stadium every time we win a playoff game, and so after that game, we took a lap around the stadium, shaking all the fans' hands, signing autographs, and I wish I can just go back and just like put it all in a bottle.
But there was one big asterisk in this game. Thomas Davis broke his arm.
Me and Luke both were converging in on the tight end. He wasn't going to get the first down. Yeah. Our trainer came out and he asked me instantly, "What do you think, bud?" I said, "RV is broken."
When the NFC Championship game was ending and when the result was pretty much in hand, that's where my mind went, honestly, to Thomas. And I'm thinking to myself, I can't believe that we're going to the Super Bowl and Thomas Davis is not going to play.
Everybody that was with me was like, gosh, they're going to the Super Bowl. He won't be able to play. I said, who won't be able to play? And they said, T, you broke his arm. I'm like, oh, he's going to play. He's going to play. Even if the doctors told him no, he was going to figure out a way.
Pat Connor, he did an assessment of where it was broken at. He's like, you broke it in, not that there's ever a right spot to break it in, but you broke it in the right spot. He's like, because we could do surgery at 6 a.m. in the morning and kind of start the process, and you could have a chance to play in the Super Bowl. He's like, it's going to come down to a pain tolerance thing. Oh, I'm like, this is a no-brainer then. I'll see you at 6 a.m. I played every single snap in the Super Bowl after breaking my arm in the NFC Championship game.
Are they already talking about, how we're going to cover the parade?
Yes. How we're going to cover the parade.
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife
That's crazy.
empire.
Who's going to be on call that day, who's going to be on the schedule, which was, of course, it was all hands on deck. City had started mapping out which streets were going to be blocked off, and the whole Charlotte was planning for the parade.
I went into the game thinking we were going to win. Like,
me too.
Knowing football and knowing the Broncos and watching some of their film, and I'm like, we're going to win this game. And I know everybody always says, you know, the refs cheated or this happened or this, da-da-da. We were supposed to win that game.
I just simply thought, one, they're not going to be able to stop Cam in this offense, but in the off chance that they could stop him, they can't score enough points. Peyton Manning's arm can't get them enough points.
Peyton Manning, you know.
Why? Woo Kuechly. In 2 words, Woo Kuechly. This dude completely shut down Peyton Manning's playbook in 1 half. No one's ever done that before. Ever. 18 years he'd been building up this playbook. And Luke Kuechly is just like, nah. Touch your playbook, you out the window. You're gonna have to create a new one. I got you figured out before the snap even happens. I'm like, bro, what am I watching right now? I've never seen Peyton Manning sweat in his entire career before that moment. I was like, what am I seeing right now? It was insane.
He was on his last arm, literally.
We're going to play this game for multiple reasons and multiple people.
Beautiful.
From the forefathers that played in the Super Bowl before that didn't win, and also the people who are backing us in the 704.
It was almost kind of like when we came out of the tunnel, I was expecting a home game, a home playoff game, but it was a neutral site. It was so neutral that it was like very spectator-ish, you know?
The crowd in a suburban stadium was not into the game. It didn't feel like a Super Bowl at that game. First of all, you had to stay in San Francisco and then drive like 25 miles to a suburban stadium, which is another reason I'm so glad we didn't build our football stadium out in the suburbias. This just felt like, it felt sterile. The whole game felt like, you know, everyone there is someone who can afford $2,000 tickets.
Really all started with that missed call in the first half of the game.
I saw the play on the replay and I'm like, man, it looked like he caught it.
They reviewed the play. I don't know how you can go back, review that play and say that he didn't catch that ball.
Everybody in the world knows that was a catch by Jericho.
That was the call right there that I felt like, all right, like, come on now.
That was a catch. I mean, if you saw enough TV angles to tell you that was a catch.
Oh, there's no doubt. Of course, Jericho caught it. I don't know that anyone, is that even really in dispute anymore?
So initially when the ball hit, boom, just try to bring it back up to me at that point, and was able to do that, kind of squeeze it as I was going to the ground, make sure I had control of it when I hit the ground, and then to try and hurry up and show that I made the catch, I rolled over, and so when they saw me roll over, and when I got to this point, the ball moved right while I'm rolling over. I know I caught it, and everyone is kind of coming over. Heck of a catch, big time catch, and this and that, slapping my head, and he's getting the same thing from upstairs, like, yeah, that's an absolute catch, and things of that nature. Then they come back with the review, and I'm like, you know, everyone's looking around like, what is going on? 2 plays later.
Von Miller is a cyborg.
I mean, listen, you know, we knew we had to block Von Miller. I mean, you know, it's not like rocket science.
The reason why he is the player that he is he has such an amazing get off. His get off is incredible. It's as best as I've ever seen. It was my first step. My very first step was what got me beat. Is I understood it, stepped it. I didn't gain as much ground as I was wanting to.
You get the strip sack, and
You know, they score.
Oh, really?
They score right away, right? And so now you're in the hole versus the top-ranked defense in the NFL, right? 10-0 lead.
That first down happens, the play call ain't the same for that next play at midfield. So they never get that touchdown. It's a different football game. So you can't tell me that one play don't make a difference.
What do you think of the conspiracy theory that the Broncos to win?
I believe it 100%. I mean, you talking about Peyton Manning retiring, going out on top. You know, it's one of those things where like, I believe that was the case. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way you don't get one of those calls in your favor. I believe that to a certain degree, the NFL can be swayed. You know what I'm saying? With enough power in politics.
I don't think it was no way they was not letting Peyton out of there without a dud.
Peyton Manning going out on top component, it had all the makings of that.
I don't buy into that. We have one group of people to blame for not winning that game, and it was the players on the field. That's it. We couldn't have played worse in a season where we probably couldn't have played better.
Why didn't it work out?
I agree with Greg.
Cam not following that football. Nah, I was playing. I'm joking.
Devin Funchess was running a corner route, and he's open on the film, but Cam's loading up. He created nice separation at the route. He's there. We didn't get it blocked.
I don't even know. I never actually watched the game fully, but I can imagine that it was probably my first step. I didn't have a very good first step. And with his speed and his ability to get off, if you're a half click behind, you're in trouble.
This is what I would say about the Remmers and the Von Miller without getting into like the real X's and O's of who's supposed to do what. We all sucked. Listen, when you give up strip sacks, it's on everyone. It's on the offensive line. It's on guys not getting open. It's on the quarterback. It's on the backs. It's a collective failure.
The end, controversially, and
that's a fair argument, Greg. That's actually fair. You know. He's not even getting into the X and O's about it, you know, but he's got a point, man. He's got a point. It's collective failure.
in our town, Cam didn't jump.
The fumble was the ball was just kind of sitting there. It felt like anyway. We replayed it over again. I was working with Phil Sims, and he did a fantastic job talking about how he thought that Cam should have reacted quicker and jumped in there a little sooner.
Cam not jumping on the fumble looked terrible. In the moment, you're like, why? What are you doing?
We spend your entire NFL career, probably even going back to college and high school, telling the quarterbacks there's a ball on the ground, especially in the action in the pocket, don't fall on it. In practice, we don't want you to break a hand or anything like that. I always wondered, was that just a natural human instinct?
To people who want to throw fuel on Cam and hate on Cam, that's all they talk about and that's all they remember. As soon as that Super Bowl comes up, you know, it's not about the catch that was ruled incomplete or the inability to stop Von Miller, who was absolutely incredible that game.
Exactly. And for me, it was Von Miller.
Cam didn't dive on the ball.
What did you think at the time?
Yeah.
How that went?
It doesn't bother me because if you know Cam and you've been around him at all, you know that the competitive side and how badly he wants to win. I don't question anything that Cam ever did. There's plenty of times when you can look at plays during his career where he's running the ball and he gets hit by 6 or 7 guys and continues to fight and gets hit by 5 or 6 more guys and leans forward and takes a couple more shots and gets a first down. Like, there's 100 of those. So for people to think that it didn't matter to him, I don't buy into that.
He has said it over and over. If he had the opportunity to rethink that or relive that moment, he would have tore everything in his body to try to get that ball back. And it's how the game goes, man. You have a split second to make a decision that could ultimately affect or make a difference in really the legacy of your career. And You just got to make the right decision every single time, and people don't understand how tough that can be. So I don't look back and say that, oh, it's Cam's fault, because one thing I know for certain, had we not had Cam, we're never in that position anyway.
He's got a point. He's got a point. If we didn't have Cam, we wouldn't be in that situation. And ooh, wow, TD thinking outside the box here. I like it. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right, y'all. No one brought that to the table when they talk about this stuff. That's crazy. And again, I disproved the fact that whole Cam Newton fumble thing, because since it was brought up, I'll do it one more time. Because it's in relation to this. Okay? One more time. But that's it. There was a defender coming from the other side that would have killed his left shoulder had he tried to dive onto that ball. That player would have destroyed Cam Newton's shoulder. He would not be able to throw the ball at all after that point. He would not be able to play after that point. If you're rewatching it, rewatch it in slow motion and look to your right from the camera view. You'll see him. He comes in from the right side. Cam sees him, hesitates. Defender goes right in front of him. Then he goes for the ball. Go rewatch that. You'll see what I'm saying. But by the time he goes for that ball, it's already in the defender's hands. So don't try to tell me he didn't go for that ball. He did. But he waited for the defender not to murder his shoulder doing it. And I know a lot of people are not going to want to hear that. But watch the replay of it. Watch the replay of it. Watch the whole clip. Don't just watch half of it. Watch the whole clip. And you'll see I'm telling the truth. Last time I'm bringing that up.
Josh Norman.
That topic's banned from here on.
When the game had ended, he had taken off his jersey and pads, and he was just in kind of like a black undershirt and his pants and cleats, and he was sitting on the top of the player bench. And I saw him start to break down and cry. So then tears started coming out of my eyes, because I felt that pain. It's not even just sorrow, like it hurt.
He didn't say anything. He was quiet. And normally he would talk. Even after a loss, he would still talk to me. He didn't say anything. So that was different.
You gonna make me cry.
NBA 2K26 is for the ultimate competitor. Chart a path toward being a global icon like me. The Big Aristotle, in the newest and reimagined my career story. Master signature moves powered by pro play.
It hurt for sure. We had some older players in the locker room that were like really hurt by it, and even some tears shed for sure. But then we had some younger players like, man, y'all stop crying, we'll be back. But like, they just didn't understand like that this is a once in a lifetime. Like, it's not often that people can go 3-4 Super Bowls. You know what I'm saying? That's not a ordinary thing.
His press conference afterwards, why do you think it?
He was crushed. He was absolutely crushed. If you talk to him, you realize just how crushed he was, because I promise you, he feels like he let a lot of people down.
Cam came out, and you remember he sat there,
and he was not giving anybody any good answers about anything. And I asked him, what do you want to say to your fans back at home? Like a softball, say something, Cam. And he did not say anything encouraging or supportive or even thank you to the fans. And I was pretty disappointed in that moment as a fan and as they're sort of representing fans. Like, you've had all this support and encouragement for the whole season and it didn't go our way, but you know, talk to your fans.
That was probably the worst night of my professional career, but I really take full responsibility for that press conference. I should have just let him go through his normal routine. He got killed nationally for how he handled the postgame, which another thing, it's like, I get it, but everybody was saying be professional, be professional. I understand that, except losing. But people also don't realize what someone like Cam had put into just getting to that moment. Getting that moment, you know, being dismissed from Florida, having to leave Florida, having to go to junior college where, you know, I mean, playing with junior college is a long way from Gainesville and the SEC, fighting back, having a great year in junior college, getting Auburn to give him a chance, go there, have everything surrounding that year, getting criticized for all these different things, and then fighting through that, winning the Heisman, winning a national title, and then being drafted by the Panthers, and even then having people say you didn't deserve to go #1 overall, and then to fight through that, win the MVP, and get to the ultimate stage, and you're 60 minutes away from winning a Lombardi and having that loss. That's hard. I don't care what anybody says, that's hard. And then having to go up, and then people want you to act professional and win and lose with grace. And I get all those things, I really do. But it's, you know, I do totally understand his side of it too. You know, he was devastated in that moment.
To this day, it's like, God, we let a lot of people down. But then afterwards, when we had lost, came back, I really got a sense of what they were saying. The thing that's been tremendous is that the way the fans, you know, and you know, I say, I wish we could have won. That's okay, Coach. That year, I'll never forget it.
The ride was still like worth it, right?
Yeah, totally
Absolutely.
worth it. My husband, I remember being on the phone with him, like,
and I'll say this, I do not blame Cam one bit for his actions in that press conference. I would have been just as emotional. You would be too.
I am never, ever getting this invested in a team again. I am never watching football again. And he was like, this is what it means to be a fan. Most of the time it's heartbreak. That always stuck with me. Like, most of the time it's heartbreak. But
True.
Was it worth it? Yes, it was so much fun.
Yeah, it sucks, but it was a fantastic season. It was fun. That's why you play, is because the game's fun. You got to remember it as a whole, not just one moment.
If we could go back and do it all over again, even if the outcome was going to be the same, absolutely. We'd do it again. A million times over.
Yes.
You won't ever forget that time or that moment. I guarantee you, when people was in Charlotte, they can go as far as the ends of this earth and come back, and they still remember exactly where they was at, the time, the date of when all those things transpired.
Facts. We were just reminiscing about those stories, right? During this stream.
It was magical. That's really the word that keeps coming to me when people ask me about that season. It was just pure magic. I don't know that anything like that will ever be recreated.
But when you look back, sometimes at the moment it really sucks. But, you know, when you look back, it's like, wow, look at what we did. And we put Charlotte on the map. That's the most incredible group of guys that played football that I've ever seen in my life. I don't think they'll ever know
Best year of Panthers football ever.
how thankful I am that they gave him that experience and got us through that year.
Best year ever.
I believe the Carolina Panthers will eventually be a Super Bowl winning team. And that team is going to be able to win looking back at history and have something to learn from. And so, Carolina Panthers, man, what a time to be alive.
I think a lot of times when you're working and you're doing something that you're getting paid for, you lose sight of the ability to have fun doing it. But we had so much fun as a football team that year that it just never ever felt like work. It just felt like every single day you got to live out a dream. And that's what the 2015 season was like for us.
Facts. How it felt with us as fans too. He had 10 Pro Bowlers. 10 Pro Bowlers. God almighty. What a freaking year. Thomas Davis, Ryan Cool, Luke Kuechly, Cam Newton, Josh Norman, Greg Olsen, Jonathan Stewart, KK Short, Mike Tolbert, aka the Toll Dozer, and Trey Turner. Wow. Wow. Man. I don't think I even need to comment on this. That says everything right there. Still to this day, the only Panther to be named NFL MVP. Cam's getting a little lonely with that MVP status. Hey Bryce, it's your turn. You ready? It's coming, man. That year was insane. Oh man. What a freaking documentary. That took me on an emotional roller coaster. I don't know about y'all. Ooh, boy. That was incredible. That was awesome. Shout out to everybody that made this. God, man. Yeah. Look at Josh Norman on his red throne. That's beautiful. What a picture. And you got him with his bat. The infamous bat. Oh, man. That's crazy. Hope that kid's mother's doing all right. Wow.
At Granger,
Shout out to the Charlotte Observer for helping create this. That is incredible. Yeah. And look what pops up in my newsfeed. Look at this. Oh man, if I could react to that NFC Championship game, I would right now. If I could, you know I would. I would get copyrighted to the moon. Dang it, man. That was wow. That was different. How do y'all feel about that? Let me know. That was absolutely beautiful. And that's what we're aspiring to create again. That's what we want to do. We're starting to see some of the signs already. History is about to repeat itself. And if y'all ain't on board, you better jump on board now. As Panthers fans. Because I'm trying to tell you, it's coming. Sooner than you think. And it will come so quickly that you won't expect it. I just remember going into 2015 and just saying, you know, this is going to be a cool team. We're going to do a lot of great things. This is going to be a consistent winner. You know, blah, 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 blah. You know, in training camp. And then that's when that championship energy came in. And I was like, whoa. You only get to feel that once in a while, man. But when you feel it, it's real. That's beautiful. And I'll end with this. The last time I felt that championship energy was when Dabo Swinney took over Clemson. And I felt it again when Dave Canales took over the Panthers. As soon as he took over, I instantly felt it. In Clemson. Instantly. You know, I'm trying to tell you, I felt it again with Dave Canales. If that doesn't give you chills right now, I don't know what will. That feeling doesn't lie, y'all. You look at Clemson's history, you look at what they've done in the past 10 years. Every bit of it's real. All the trophies, all the great players that came through Clemson, all the stories, all of it. It's real. What we saw in 2015 in Charlotte, that was real. Yeah, I just remember everything went right for me that year in 15. God, take me back to 15. I had a great paying job. I was making bank. I was in an amazing relationship that I was happy with. and my Panthers were frickin' winning. There's no better feeling. Never forget that. Ever. Yeah. This is what we're trying to reach, y'all. We are trying to do this again. And we're going to. And we're going to keep pounding while we do it. So with that being said, I like our roster. I like what we built. We're on the train to getting back there again. And this time, third time's the charm. We're getting that Lombardi this time. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Audio Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to share that beautiful journey with you guys. If you guys want to get a hold of me, here's my socials. There you go. If you want to chat about this and about anything Panthers related, there you go. Or if you just need to reach out and need somebody to talk to, or some prayers, reach out to me. And I will reply as soon as I am able. I'm a busy man, so be patient. But I do reply to people as quickly as I can. But shout out David Fields, shout out Lock Poppy, shout out David Screws, shout out Skylar Dunstan. Appreciate y'all, man, in the chat. And anybody else that watched this and wasn't involved in the chat, all new subs, all new followers, all of y'all, thank you. Welcome to the Keep Pounding family. And also be sure to sub to other people's channels as well. Shout out to Monster Sub and Grub. Shout out to Monster Sub and Grub out in Spartanburg. Get yourself a tasty sub out in Spartanburg. If you're out there, South Carolina. I don't know if they got any other locations. I think it's just that one. But the owner is a Panthers fan. Tell him we sent you. You know, tell him we love him. Shout out to what is it? Fan Cave at the mall, in the Greenville Mall. Or is it Sports Authority? I think it's Sports Authority. Shout out to the guys that work in there. You know, I love those guys, man. You know, just met them, and you know, one of them's a big Panthers fan. I think either related to or a friend of a super fan that had the big blue Panthers car. You know? So that was cool meeting them. Much love to y'all, man. But yeah, shout out to all the other streamers out there that do what we do. that shared the same emotions we did in 15, man. You know, that was real. That crap was real, man. Shout out Blitzball. Blitzball champ. Go check out him. If you haven't subbed to him yet already, go check out C3. Go check out Showtron. Go check out Pat Coltrane. You know, Dunk 2020. You know, shout out PMP. Shout out Soda for Charlotte Bound Show. Shout out all these other amazing Panthers podcasters. Go check them out, man. Don't just sub to us, man. Spread the love around. You know, get different perspectives too, you know. But as long as you keep coming back to us, you know, we love you. We love you. We welcome you back with open arms. But, yeah. Our next stream will be, I might try to react to the LSU Clemson game. We'll see. We'll see. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But, if that doesn't work out, then you probably will hear from me on the 4th of September. Possibly a little sooner. No. 31st. Because we're doing our fantasy draft then. So, yeah, 31st. Which is Sunday. Sunday night. What time is that? Yeah, it's... Alright, so we're going to start streaming for that one probably 8:30-ish. 8:30. Because the fantasy draft for that is 9. That's not our official league. That's the other one that I'm involved in. So, I just wanted to stream that and show you guys what that draft would look like. So you know what that looks like fantasy-wise. We are currently getting ours figured out. And should have that figured out by the 4th. So we'll start opening that up to the public probably Tuesday of next week. Once we got everybody in. At the latest Wednesday. But I want to try to get this fantasy draft in by the 4th. And stream it on the 4th. Which is a Thursday next week. Alright, guys. If you like the intro that you see on the screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, Lindara, to upgrade your streaming experience. Videos, panels, etc. She's looking for new clients. Tell her we sent you. And she'll hook you up. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And as always, you already know what to do. Keep pounding. Peace.